Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. What All right, YouTube, my apologies that me couldn't get to hear the song. No copyright infringement issues around here. So I just saw the thing go. But the song we just played was Bounty Killer's newest hit. Me call it a hit already. Argue with your mother, don't argue with me. Ball or roll. Yeah. So we're rolling through the panel right now on TikTok to get the feedback. And so far it's 3-0. So 3 wins in the bag. Morning, Cornell. Good morning. Cornell probably step in front of him. Phone. Dr. Sharon, how you feel about this one this morning from Bounty Killer?
From what I heard, I like it. I always like Bounty Killer.
Yay.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, it brings something to tell you now. I don't know what it is about these voices, the rough voices, the Bungie Garland, the Bounty Killer, the bass in the voice.
It's the manliness of it, is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, put the bass in them voice and talk to me nice. Love it. One Bounty, never 2. So that's 4 for Bounty. And of course, me make it 5 for Bounty. And the world is going to chime in and say the same thing with a Bounty. Big up yourself, Bounty Killer. You did your thing. And of course, we are always proud of you. I'm happy for you. I know you just got your visa back recently, and we know that since them fly the gate, them can't hold you, them can't stop you. I know that you're gonna have projects in the works and all of that, and we anxiously await to see what it is that you're going to deliver to us, right? All right, folks, let's go ahead and get the show on the road. It is a new day, a new month. It is Tuesday, April 1. I'm going to tell you something. I know nobody pranked me. Jai, you started from yesterday with that hot mess of a text message, but I forgive you. I was like, huh? But it's all good. It is Tuesday, April 1, 2025. Thank you so much for joining me for Coffee in Tow, World News on the Go. 4 hours filled with news from around the world. Always great conversation and music. Coffee in Tow comes to you live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play, JohnNoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station, and MadMusicHouse.com for any genre, anytime. We are live on YouTube starting at or around somewhere about 9:30 a.m. in true Jamaican fashion. Never late, never on time. But don't forget to go ahead and subscribe. You see, the music is who I'm going to blame. You know, we always have to blame somebody or something. The music is the reason why it's so hard for me to start promptly at 9:30 on YouTube. YouTubers, though, I ask for your forgiveness, and I'm going to try. I'm going to try for work on it, right? I'm going to fly the gate. I'm going to try. All right. Welcome to my studio audience, courtesy of TikTok. Thank you all for following. Thank you for joining. Thank you for tapping up the screen. Thank you for the good vibes all the time. All right. You can tap your eyes now. Thank you. Appreciate you. All right. So we're light on the news today because yesterday we didn't do any news at all. We had a wonderful time. And thank you to everyone who sent messages about yesterday's episode. Everyone loved it. Well, so far the feedback that I got, it was a welcomed break from the news, right? We needed it. We absolutely needed it because everywhere we turn, welcome stranger, everywhere we turn, no matter what segment, health news, everything, we see there are a few names that just are consistently prevalent, right? And we were tired. We were just tired. Today, I'm keeping it light on the news. I have shifted some things around. I moved the come make we talk, come on my veranda, make we talk. I moved it out of the Caribbean corner to the end because we're gonna try and talk about other things besides the news, right? So today, if you've never heard the term, we are going to be talking about, and I'm going to break the word up in syllables, parthenogenesis. 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 We're going to talk about that today. Morning, Madly Run. My thing is, I am not the only one who is going to suffer. I lost some brain cells yesterday. I shared the clip with Dr. Sharon. She lost some brain cells yesterday. I need all of us to lose some brain cells. The two of us alone can't be the only ones losing brain cells, listening to what I listen to. Go home, Dr. Sharon.
Come on, Ja, Rosolo, Kirk,
Yeah.
everybody. Misery loves company. Everybody must lose some brain cells today. Thank you. Ronnie.
So you don't say me I go run through the news.
You see, you see how good friends do you.
With friends like these, who needs enemies? Tell the truth. Friends like these, no enemies around here. None whatsoever. All right, to everyone just tuning in on QMZ Radio, Jano Radio, Mad Music House, to everyone passing through on YouTube and on TikTok, want to say thank you. Thank you for taking the time. We appreciate you. Ja, you and another one, another woman that I follow. So I open up TikTok this morning and her video is the first video that I see. I'm not gonna tell a lie. When you wake up, you give God thanks, you get up now and you wipe your eye. Thank you for the follow, Jarlette. So we have two jars in the building. So you say, all right, you're making your way to the bathroom now, and you say, all right, what is up in TikTok? What's going on? Because when you do the news, you still have to stay abreast, and TikTok is a great place to hear the truth or get an idea of what's been happening overnight. By the way, Cory Booker, anybody been keeping abreast of Cory Booker? He's still on the floor. He's still on the floor. I listened in for a little bit this morning. He was interacting with yes, yes, yes. Listen, it's a form of protest. It is. Enough is enough. And I think the American people have had enough. The majority of the American people have had enough, regardless of how they voted, right? They have had enough. And this is a form of protest. I support him and what he's trying to do. But anyway, back to my story about this morning before me take on the one Jack who sit on the stage here. So I open up TikTok this morning and I see this video that I commented on, and TikTok is not working. And we only noticed we had a month ago when they stopped TikTok. When we lost TikTok for 24 hours, that was the same message that came on. I was like, oh, Jesus. And then she pops back out. Got you. I was like, listen, Listen, listen. And then just started the madness yesterday with a text message that she sent to us about the US taking over Jamaica. Ja, don't play them games there. Don't play them games there. Because I'm have to find another country go. Mother have to find another island figure. You is a wicked. You hear them say you is a wicked
April.
girl. Go ahead, Ja. Ja has connected. Yeah, we have the red bar from Ja. So Rasola said, listen, my soul left my body when I read it. Let me tell you something, people. Rasola, do me a favor, forward it to my text it, send it to my direct message. Because if I try to pull it up on this fool, hear me this fool, because I'm reading April Fools. If I try to pull it up on this device, I'm going to
direct message at TikTok?
no man yeah.
Or
Yeah,
text
send it
message.
to me. Text message it
Okay,
to me.
okay.
Send it directly to me. Let me tell you something. Ja, I'm going to read it to you. I'm going to read it back to you. Understand? And I want everybody to hear what Ja in Jamaica they say, yeah, it's a wicked girl. It's a real wicked girl if it come to them things that way. Hurry up, Rasola. Hurry up there because this need crowd. This need crowd. Thank you. Let me read it to you all. Ja, I'm going to have to march around the walls of Jericho 7 times to be able to forgive you. So, breaking news. Jamaica to become a U.S. territory. Andrew Holness hints, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Andrew Holness, has told the media that Jamaica is on the verge of becoming a territory of the United States. According to Andrew Holness, Jamaica would be joining Puerto Rico, Guam, Northern Mariana Islands, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and American Samoa to become permanently inhabited, a territory of the United States. No, me not reach that further. No. Me say me cuss every word known to mankind when I read that part. And I carried on. This has been a request on the table for quite some time. Trump administration has made it very favorable for us, the Prime Minister said. A Jamaican envoy is expected to be in the US soon to append signatures on the documents. Now, when we read this, I say, no, man, I'm mad the people that are mad. But I pumped the brakes right there, Ja, because I said, hold on. Grammatically, the article ain't not sound right. Some corrections needed to be done. Some things, yeah, subject and verb now agree in some places and so on. But anyway, as a territory of the United States, Jamaica would become a subnational administrative division directly overseen by the United States federal government. Despite being overseen by the United States, Jamaica would have an organized government through an organic act passed by the US Congress. The country will also have local voting rights and protections under US courts, pay some US taxes, and have limited representation in the US House of Representatives. Representatives, that is, Jamaicans will elect members of Congress who, like the delegate from Washington, D.C., possess the same powers as other members of the House, except that they may not vote when the House is meeting as the House of Representatives. As a member of the U.S. territories, Jamaica automatically becomes part of the U.S. and, as such, would not require visas when traveling to the U.S. Andrew Holness hinted that plans are far advanced for Jamaica to be recognized as a U.S. territory. You see, you, Ja? Don't play with us like that.
Blame my uncle because my uncle sent it to us, okay, in the family chat. And everybody was like, okay, can I say nothing at all goes so. Nothing to go so. Nothing to go so. Nothing no go so. Okay?
How on the search over there in Antigua? Nothing tall?
Yeah.
Nothing tall, no go so. All right. No go so. Okay. All right. Thank you, Ja. Thank you for making my heart beat rapid for a few minutes. I appreciate you. With friends like you, who needs enemies? All right.
Okay.
Make we go ahead and get into the news, yeah, because Ja is, whew, yes, what's up? So the first order of business out of the Caribbean corner, Bermuda approves 18.8% pay raise for MPs and senators. This article comes to us courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly. Starting April 1, Bermuda's members of parliament and senators will see an 18.8% salary boost, the first such increase in 17 years. This is according to the Royal Gazette. The raise approved last week by the House of Assembly aims to better align government salaries with the rising cost of living and the demands placed on public officials. Jamaica, you hear the percentage? 18.8%. How much would it drop on Jamaican MPs? We did it to what? 100, 200. Governor General get 300. No, 18%. And they had to wait 17 years to get this 18%. Are you listening, Jamaica? We had to do the most bossy and braggadocious things and carry on with ourselves. Both we are give what 100%, 200% based on a draft that was submitted by a company that I don't know the name of. Now, 18% after 17 years does sound a little stingy, but they must know, because at the end of the day, your purpose is to serve the people, not the politicians. All right? Okay. So these adjustments are not about financial gain for members, but they are about fairness and recognition of the evolving roles and the increased demands for those who serve the public of Bermuda. And I want to go back to Jamaica for a second. If I remember well, then want to give people $1,000 talk for things them. And that's as it relates to the minimum wage in Jamaica that has increased by $1,000. But remember when they dropped the increase for the MPs in Jamaica, they said that now that they have given them the increase in salary, they are now expected to deliver. And remember the conversation we had that in the private sector, you have to work and show your worth before you can earn a raise. But we did it in the reverse with the public sector in Jamaica with our politicians, no?
Exactly. Yep, that was the conversation.
Yeah. We are going to fling 100%. We're going to fling 200% per year. And now that me give you the money, me expect you to get up and work. What can go so? Hey, Ada Soji, what can really go so? That no make no sense. I don't know, but I am not a politician. I'm not an economist. I am just a humble citizen that sit back and thinks. Me think. I think. Why, but some things just draw out the real dark parts of you. No, sir. But good for you over there in Bermuda. What I would say to Bermuda is the government of Bermuda, don't wait 17 years. You know, that is too wide of a gap for for someone to get a salary increase, right? Especially if this is their sole um means of earning an income, and you talk about inflation. And from my understanding, um Bermuda is not cheap. All right. But James said, by the way, James coming at the place, yeah. What happened to you? I just saw you. I know I saw you and then you disappear. Timing out issues. How is it over there with King Charles?
It's sunny and bright in the land of the king.
Is he doing well? Are they still monitoring him? Or he's good to go?
The king is cheerful.
Good morning, Adesoji.
Good morning, Javed. How are you doing?
Please tell His Majesty that we here in the West are concerned. We in the Commonwealth are concerned. You know, and we're sending up a prayer.
Here.
According to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, the British Virgin Islands is set to make history this summer rather, as it welcomes its first medical school. The Tortola campus of the Ponce Health Sciences University School of Medicine will officially begin classes on July 28. This is according to university executives and government officials. Students enrolled in the 4-year medical program will complete their first 2 years of coursework and lab training in Tortola before transitioning to one of 3 PHSU affiliated campuses in Puerto Rico or the mainland United States for their clinical rotations. But why with the US? Why not have them head on over to England? British Virgin Islands, why not have them go to the United Kingdom? Why not have them go to either England, Ireland, or Scotland? Why are you sending them to the US? Me no like that. Me no like that. British Virgin Islands. Didn't say US Virgin Islands, but anyway, um, PHSU President Gino said that the structure aligns with accreditation requirements set by the Middle States Commission on Higher Education and the Accreditation Commission on Colleges of Medicine, which mandate that at least 2 years of education be completed in the US or a US territory. The medical school has already secured provisional accreditation from both accrediting bodies, along with provisional license from the Virgin Islands Higher Education Licensing Board under the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs, and Sports. And I can tell some I read it with some hesitancy in my voice. Here how many student visas they cancel. Exactly. That part, Jalet. I have concerns. I don't know why the British was a consultation done with His Majesty over there, and they got the green light. Adesoji, what's up?
Well, we're constantly trying to. I mean, the budget this year has sort of slashed majority of the benefits here, and so one is inclined to think that is something done in line with their budget constraints. So it will probably be cheaper for them to travel just across the pond as opposed to coming to this side of the world, and because the island is full. So sorry.
Yes, England is an island, folks. It's surrounded by water. Question, Adesoji. I'm not familiar, and this is something I guess I should do some research on. When a nurse practitioner, for example, or a doctor leaves the United States and heads on over to the United Kingdom, are there board exams that they have to do there? Because, America has a way of, if you haven't done it the American way, you haven't done it at all.
Not my knowledge, but then anyone that comes outside of the Western Hemisphere will just basically be absorbed. Those that come from the southern south, as they were called, Africa, Caribbean, would have to do exams to, sort of, what's the word? Bring them to par with regards to what is expected of their professional calling. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Jalet put in the chat. Yes, they do. All right. Okay. Me not like that story there, but I like the part about the first medical school. I just don't like the part about them having to come to the US. It's mandated that they have to do so. But moving right along, in other stories out of the Caribbean corner, parental modeling, a key strategy to tackle childhood obesity. And we have been talking about obesity in the Caribbean quite a bit lately. And there was a time when we didn't have this issue with children in the Caribbean, but now it is of grave concern. So let's go ahead and get into this article, courtesy of nowgrenada.com. Since children often mimic what they see, the Grenada Food and Nutrition Council, GFNC, advises parents and guardians to make physical activities fun, reduce sedentary lifestyles, and enjoy healthy family meals. Encouraging these habits within the family unit can inspire lasting change and set a foundation for healthier living. Studies indicate that pairing physical activity with healthier eating habits is more effective for preventing excess weight gain than focusing solely on diet. Therefore, active play not only aids in managing weight, but also fosters lifelong habits of movement and overall well being. Parents and caregivers can set an example by prioritizing physical movement during family time. Instead of spending hours on sedentary activities like playing video games, marathon movie watching, or scrolling on mobile devices, they can encourage children to see physical activity as a normal part of family life. Whether indoors or outdoors, families can create lasting memories while boosting their health and happiness through engaging activities that benefit everyone's well being. Here are some exciting games that families can enjoy together, and before long, everyone will be laughing, sweating, and strengthening bone density. Yes, folks. Activity helps to strengthen bone density. So you can play musical chairs. I remember we used to play that, especially at birthday parties, right? Yeah, we used to play that a lot at birthday parties. Red light, green light, used to play that a lot at school as a child. Red light, green light, one, two, three, stop. Chinese skip, jump rope, hopscotch. Yes, we used to do that a lot. Rasola, remember we used to draw it up at the side of the house, you know, and we used to play hopscotch right there. So, yeah. Simon says, that's another one. And tag. Yes, folks, we have to get active. Other things that can be done: swimming, rugby, football, or soccer, dance classes, martial arts like karate or taekwondo, netball, tennis, track and field, right? So we have to get our children moving. And um, the children in the Caribbean are taking on a sedentary lifestyle. Yes, because we have the PS5s, we have all the computers, we have all the devices, and they're not going outside as much as they used to before. Them, yes, those cost money. Netball, if you're in school, and you know something, you can gather together in a yard and play netball. Track and field, we can go to some field at a school or something and run around. Yeah, man, there are things that we can still do for free. You mentioned the fast food, Jalet, and yes, that's a conversation we've had there so many times. We are gravely concerned about Church's Chicken. I think it's Church's Chicken going to Jamaica. I don't know what we need Church's Chicken in Jamaica for. We already have an issue, in my opinion, when we talk about K to the F to the C. We are indulging more in fast foods, right? We have to do better. And fast food, listen, fast food should be a treat for children. That's how I look at it. I may be wrong. Hey, Adriana, um, you have Popeyes, you have KFC. Um, Jalet, are you in Jamaica? Let me know in the chat if you're in Jamaica. We already have I don't know. But are the people them want what them want, and then we do what them need to do. The lines at KFC tend to be long. Oh, you're in Florida. Okay. When we were in Jamaica the last time, me tell you how when we're at the KFC waiting, Marlon and his little cousin went into KFC. I'm sitting outside in the car waiting for them because number one, no parking there. So I itch up from one corner. And I'm looking at the people moving around going into the KFC, and I was gravely concerned. Gravely concerned. And I'm not body shaming anyone, but I saw a lot of obesity, especially amongst the women. Especially amongst the women. It's concerning. And, you know, I was about to say that fast food should be a treat for children. You have to do something to earn it. And we make an agreement that once a month you will get it as a treat, or twice a month. Good grades, doing certain things. Well, and you know what them say, you know, mind my business, them say. That's not for mind my business. When I was growing up, I had to earn certain things. There was an award system, a reward system. You want something, you have to do something to get something from your parents. I did the same thing with my children. You want something? And we did it when as it related to, everybody want to go to McDonald's when they about picnic and play in the McDonald's playhouse. It was something that, thank you for the follow, stay. It was something that they had to earn. It's not, okay, we're going to McDonald's. Okay, we're going, or as children, jump in a car, they might tell you about them, wow, McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, this. No, 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 no. It don't work like that. You have to earn these things. And frequency, we made sure that we limited. We had to limit it. But no, it's an everyday thing for some people. Every single day. No, folks. We have to do better. I said, I think it was last week, I said, or this week, we may need the government to intervene. Thank you for the follow, Kiki. We may need the government to intervene and do something, because clearly we are not disciplined enough to take control of our health, especially in the Caribbean, where our health infrastructure can easily be overwhelmed. We need to ask our governments to put a limit on the amount of fast food establishments that are allowed to go up. The food that is coming in, because Mr. President said this yesterday. My dad never took me to McDonald's. Mr. President said this yesterday, that the Caribbean is a dumping ground for the food that's not wanted in the North. And it is true. Monday, was it Monday? No. Yesterday, no. Yesterday I did fish. Sunday, I cooked chicken. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I did some brown stew chicken for dinner. I'll know I'm gonna put no water in my pot. All no, me not put no water in the pot. You know, when I put little water in there towards the end, when you want to put in some fresh seasoning, right? You put seasoning in the beginning and seasoning near the end again, and you tip a little water with the seasoning and put it in the pot. The chicken produced its own water, almost the point where it could cover it. The chicken we're getting in the supermarket, them inject them with liquid. I don't get it. That's not what we're accustomed to in the Caribbean, and that's the same chicken them dumping in the Caribbean for cheap. When McDonald's constitutes 3 square meals, that is going to have future economic impact. Absolutely, Adasoji. Absolutely. Governments are already complaining about the impact across the Caribbean. So I task the government officials with doing something about it. We're not trying to take away freedom from people, but when it comes to our health, we have to do something. We have to. But I guess this is the side effect of capitalism. Free will. What can I say? I don't know. All right, next up, China's government bristles at growing ties between the US and oil-rich Guyana. We're telling us Guyana, the hot girl on the block. Guyana is the real hot girl round here. According to apnews.com, AP also already have a correspondent on the ground permanently, it seems, in Ghana. Go to yourself, Ghana. China's government bristled Friday at the strengthening ties between Guyana and the United States. This came out in online comments a day after a visit to the South American country by U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The Chinese comments came after Ghanai's President Irfan Ali said his oil-rich nation would give the U.S. preferential treatment over other countries after it pledged to respond forcefully if neighboring Venezuela tries to annex Ghanai's territory as it has threatened. The Chinese embassy in Guyana posted on Facebook on Friday that China has always put China-Guyana friendship first. Really? So US, this we are doing? This is what we're doing? We don't want it around here in the Caribbean. We don't want it. Take that elsewhere, not in the Caribbean. The matter is in the International Court of Justice. And you know, other soldier, me not stop blaming your people for this mess that's going on, you know. We're not going to stop blaming your people for this mess that's going on right now.
What did we do?
What do you mean, what did we do? The Essequibo region.
Okay. But still, that was a long time ago.
Go on with yourself about that, but still, that was a long time ago. We don't need to do something to fix it. Because it's madness what is going on over here. Right? Technically, based on the
problem now.
You see how the Brits do? You see how the Brits do, right? Okay. Ghana and China, they've had a good friendship all along. Venezuela says 2/3 of Guyana belongs to them. That's the Essequibo region. The matter has been in the International Court of Justice for some years now, but things have been amplified with the discovery of more oil by ExxonMobil. Am I right? Yeah, ExxonMobil. They are finding more and more oil. And you know, whenever you dangle jewels in front of some people, them eyes glisten and they want to become your best friend. Them never used to like you before, or they only liked you, but now them like you, the likeness turn up. And they only want to have your back because there is something to be had. Ghana, if the oil dries up tomorrow, you lose your friend. I'm just saying. Just letting you know. You're not friends with the US. Let's make that clear. This is a business deal. And you are going to blatantly say that you're giving the US, or you would give the US preferential treatment. You know what you just did right there, Irfan? What's your name? Irfan Ali? I don't think you recognize what you have done. Be careful how you put your hand inside the lion's mouth. You may have a hard time pulling it out. You may never get to pull it out. I think you're opening up yourself a little bit too much. You're lifting your tutus a little bit too high. Be careful. Think about your population. Think about your people. Think. Okay. I would like to see the details of that proposed deal. How you feel about it, Adesoji? You think it's a wise move?
I mean, usually matters like this gets handled by arbitration. They usually don't go to war like this. War is, and when it comes to oil, you know, fine, muscles will be flexed, but usually it doesn't end up in the war. It's arbitration, and then they will come to some sort of understanding. It might be a quest of sharing the territory based on, some common understand borderline. And if you're to use international, what's the word? International law, it says your territory extends 60 nautical miles of your landed line. So if we're to count 60, then, Venezuela has a case. The same can be said for Guyana. So the question is, let the courts decide, and then we'll see from there. All this grandstanding with regards to, the US will do this. China is flirting his eyes at the fact that his girlfriend is, now wearing pushed up stuff, and somebody else is looking lustfully.
Yes, the BBL was done.
Well, we can't say BBL in this case, puberty setting, and all of a sudden now stuff that we didn't know was possible have now decided to suddenly start staring us in the face. And it's like, whoa, okay, all right. Hello. And so China is like, when you were the ugly duckling, I was next to you. So, so yeah, I don't think it will end up in war. I think arbitration. And besides, Venezuela has enough oil, but Venezuela might just want to make a point of saying we have interest in this, just to dissuade the likes of the United States from poking their nose around.
I said this, and I will continue to feel that this is the best thing or the best way to go about handling the situation. All right, the Essequibo region the dispute has been going on for years, as I said, right? Why not split the profits, whatever is to be made, just split it between two countries. It's a win-win for both countries, 50-50. 50-50. This, I don't know. Why?
Yeah, but the fact that the United States has gotten involved, the idea of splitting anything is not. Especially when you have one of the largest oil companies in the world involved. The notion, capitalism doesn't work like that. Capitalism doesn't do egalitarian, it doesn't do that. It's some zero business, model. Either we win everything or we don't have anything. In which case, the reason why what's his name again? Little Marco is going and running around is because he's been summoned to say, you know what, this is why we want you here. Go and flex the American muscle so that these guys know that we mean business. If China now says, well, we're also involved, then it becomes another matter, or Russia were to say they become involved, then we might have the Ukraine situation where we split things. Maybe that will bring matters to a head. I yield.
All of this could be avoided, but thank you, Adesoji. Hear what you're saying. All right, let's go down on the ball field. And we have some sad news. Wellesley Bolt, father of sprint legend Usain Bolt, has passed away. This article comes to us courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Wellesley Bolt, the father of Jamaican track icon Usain Bolt, has passed away. According to the Jamaica Observer, he made his transition on Monday after a lengthy illness. He was 68 years old, rather young. That's young. A devoted father, he was often seen alongside his wife, Jennifer, in the stands as they cheered on their son during his rise to global stardom. He played a vital role in Usain's early life and was a constant source of encouragement. The Bolt family hails from Sherwood Content in Trelawney, where Wellesley operated a grocery shop and was an active member in the community. In addition to Usain, he had two other children, Shireen and Siddiqui, also known as Sada Bolt. In a recent interview on Wayne Marshall's The Cut, Usain explained that he was the middle child, only a few months older than his younger brother. He explained that even though Sada's mother didn't live in Trelawney when he was younger, He would regularly visit Wellesley and the Bolt family during the summertime as a child. You know, sir, on a messy for this, on a blouse and skirt messy, on a very messy. In a time like this, is you know, this is where morals comes into play. There's a time and place for everything. Why would you write that sentence when we're supposed to be honoring the life of someone, supporting someone who is mourning the loss of a loved one? Okay, fine. That was done on the interview with Wayne Marshall on the cut. Was it necessary to put it in here? That could have been left out. Y'all are messy as.
Well, I mean, you're talking about it, so the point has been made. That's the point. The point is for you to talk about the man. So it's not so much as the man raised one of the
Hold on, the other soldier. Make me read it again. Because Rosola say, what the dime is. Hey, boxer mom, good morning. Make me read it again. In a recent interview, so we're talking about Usain Bolt and his father passing. His father transitioned yesterday. In the article, the second paragraph of the article states, oh no, not in the second, couple of paragraphs though. In a recent, so let me back up. The Bolt family hails from Sherwood Content in Trelawney, where Wellesley operated a grocery shop and was an active member of the community. In addition to Usain, Wellesley had two other children, Shireen and Siddiqui, also known as Sada Bolt. In a recent interview on Wayne Marshall's The Cut, Usain explained that he was the middle child, only a few months older than his younger brother. He explained that even though Sada's mother didn't live in Trelawney when he was younger, he would regularly visit Wellesley and the Bolt family during the summertime as a child. That's the mess I'm talking about, Rosolo. They did not have to put that in the article. In other words, yes, he was a good father. He was there for his son in the stands, but he also
was dipping around.
What's that, Geely? Geely's on the Geely's over here with us. Yes, messy as. Go ahead, yeah, Dr. Sharon.
That's messy. They really didn't have to do that. They could just said he had two more kids and that's the end of it.
Exactly. Point blank.
That's it. Just, said he had two more kids, but not to let us know that he basically had two women pregnant at the same time. But anyway. But that, messy. Oh, okay. Because I would have never known that, but now I know.
Now we know. Now we know. I never knew. And what is it supposed to do? Make us look at him sideways? Allow this man to rest in peace. Allow his wife and his children to mourn in peace without the dirtiness one. I love bringing out things. I saw no nasty, dirty and messy. You just have to bring passa into everything. Can we have true journalism or journalists who know time and place? Make the man bury now, and then you can talk about it. Or why never talk about it before?
Stir up news, the viewership, readership. That's all that is.
Shame on you. Shame on you. And I say that unapologetically. Shame on you. Whoever wrote this article, you can do better. But you see, I need to let you go of this thing called expectations. I have let you go with some things, but some things I still hold on to as it relates to expectations. I expect more from you, whoever wrote this article. Yes, I'm putting you, you know what? Your standards are lacking. I'm going to care. I do not care. Your standards are lacking. And the person who reviewed this before it was printed, you didn't see something wrong with this either? Or there's no editing? There's no reviewing, no editing, nothing is done prior to print? Shame on you. Shame on you.
It also depends on what kind of publication it is. So that speaks volumes. So
Good morning, Alfie. Welcome again. You, I mean, hold on. So reference is made here of the information being taken from the Jamaica Observer. I did not go over to Jamaica Observer to see if that's included in their article. Now, if it is included in the Jamaica Observer article, shame on you, Jamaica Observer. Now, so the person name I will write the article, Giovanni Davis. I don't know if Giovanni Davis is with the Jamaica Observer or with Caribbean National Weekly. But either way, if Caribbean National Weekly is going to print this, they could have removed that part. And you know, mega point the three finger upon myself too. I did not read this prior to know, because if I had, I would have excluded that. But probably this is a teachable moment for all parties involved. Is it always reasonable for me to edit every article? No, it's not. But when it comes to matters such as these, when we're mourning the loss of someone that is revered, someone that is looked up to, I will take it upon myself to see to it that I scan and I delete. So I will hold myself accountable in this. Messy as heck, yeah. But anyway, let me continue. Usain also spoke about his father's love of cricket, which also drew him to the sport as a child. He said televised cricket matches were a bonding activity for him and his father. Usain eventually took an interest in track and field upon entry to William Knibb Memorial High School. He said while he was good at track, cricket was still his passion. It was his father who urged him to take track and field more seriously. In 2018, Wellesley was baptized, fulfilling a long-held wish of Jennifer, who had expressed joy in his embrace of Christianity. Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness. And another thing, start the man earn him doctorate. Please to start to put him title in front of his name. He is a government official. We have to give respect where respect is due. All right. Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness was among scores of public figures who sent condolences to Usain and the entire Bolt family following the news. He said, I join with every Jamaican in extending my deepest and most sincere condolences to Usain Bolt, his beloved mother, Mrs. Jennifer Bolt, and the entire Bolt family. Dr. Holness, it would be the wife first and then the children, not Usain and then the wife. It's the wife and then the children and then the rest of the family. Okay, I'm in an editing mood today, following the passing of their patriarch, Mr. Wesley Bolt. He was the father of a global icon and a strong, quiet force behind one of Jamaica's greatest sons. Oh, so 10 story in one. He's one of Jamaica's greatest sons. But certain things will not give to the man. Certain honors won't give to him, but he is one of Jamaica's greatest sons. His presence, support, and guidance helped to shape a legacy that continues to inspire the world. You see, am I reading too much into it? I just told you, or I'm just shut up and keep it moving. But it's because of the numerous conversations we've had here on Coffee and Toe as it relates to the bestowing of certain honors upon people, those alive and those who are gone, I find it a little hypocritical, Dr. Holness, that we're going to, in a speech or in a statement, one of Jamaica's greatest sons. So you recognize his impact. You recognize his presence. You recognize his achievements on a global scale, not limited to Jamaica. And even with that recognition, because of misalignments, Una still will not give to the man what is due to the man. Them say give on to Caesar what is due Caesar, right? No, sir? It's okay. We see it. We read, Dr. Holness. We read and we pay attention. We pay attention. May your soul rest in peace, Mr. Bolt. Them can stir me up this morning, Mr. Bolt, because of the things that them put into the article, Mr. Bolt. I'm very sorry. You saying? We send you our love, our thoughts, and our prayers as you and your family go through this difficult time. All right, we have a little medic minute, a little pop-up medic minute. Science backs up a long-held suspicion in women's health. Bacterial BV, I'm gonna just call it BV because we don't want nobody in them feelings go report me live. BV, the scientific, you know what? This is 18 and over. There is a scientific name for it. Bacterial vaginosis affects 1 in 3 women and can bring with it uncomfortable symptoms as well as long-term health complications. Treating women for the infection is often unsuccessful, with 60% of cases recurring within a year. Dr. Sharon, I want to ask you a question. If you're able to speak, let me know. Is this true that treating women for BV is often unsuccessful with 60% of cases reoccurring?
There is a recurrence rate, and sometimes I'll have to change the medicine or treat it a little bit more aggressively. But BV can be recurrent. Now, so BV is caused by a bacteria called Gardnerella vaginalis. It actually naturally lives in the vagina. And when it overgrows and causes discomfort or a particular fishy odor, that's when you would treat it. We do have typical medicines that we treat it with, but sometimes it does recur. Sometimes I do encounter those who may have like a chronic kind of recurrent infection, and then I have to do other aggressive treatment measures. But yeah, it does have a high recurrence rate.
Wow. Is there anything we can, okay, so thank you for that, Dr. Shaman. Before I ask the next question, so I jumped on Google, of course, I pulled this up, right? So they're saying you can increase the risk of developing BV by douching. And that popped up because a lot of women, I don't know if it's still prevalent, but back in the 90s, a lot of women, spoke about douching and the importance of douching because they have to make sure their kitty cat smells fresh and clean. Is douching a healthy habit?
No, ma'am, it's not. It can throw off the pH of the vagina, and that's one of the causes of like overgrowth of bacteria such as Gardnerella vaginalis. So no, leave the vagina alone. There's no need to douche.
No need to douche. It cleans itself.
Mm-mm. It's self-cleaning oven. Thank you.
Okay, there you go, folks. Smoking. Smoking increases the risk of developing BV. Having multiple partners. Okay, so we have a question here from Alvi in the chat, Dr. Sharon. What should we do then? Leave it alone.
What do you mean?
If you are you meaning you want it to smell fresh and that sort of thing? You want that fresh feeling? It's just bathing, no so?
Yeah, soap on a bathe. I mean, if you have so first of all, the vagina doesn't smell like roses and vanilla, right? Everyone has like a natural odor. As long as it's not a foul smelling odor, it's fine. right? But douching will throw off the pH. Things that will help. Now they do have some vaginal inserts that are like probiotic, or even if you take an oral probiotic as part of your daily supplement, those do help, right? But there's no need for douching at all.
Right? You heard
Just
it
take
from
a
the doc.
shower. That's it.
Yeah, you heard it from the doc, right, Alfie? Yes. Just take a shower and wash it. Do not put soap up inside. Do not put soap inside your vaginal cavity. Please, folks, that's a no, no. What about after having a baby? No.
What about it?
If they should
No,
douche.
no. Do you know what let me tell you, my instructions postpartum as I'm discharging a patient, nothing per vagina for weeks for cesarean delivery. Nothing.
With you
Leave it
chipped out,
alone.
Dr. Sharon. Say it again. You chipped out.
Nothing in the vagina. Right? After a baby. So after you've had a baby, let's say you had a vaginal delivery, nothing in the vagina for 6 weeks, no tampons, no intercourse, no douching. For a vaginal, so for cesarean delivery, it's 8 weeks. Nothing in the vagina. You're introducing things into the vagina, then you're actually increasing your risk of infection. Don't do that. Leave it alone. Right? If anything happens where you find that there's a foul odor or anything, go see your doctor.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, listen. And this is not just for women alone to hear. Men need to hear this too, because you have your women have children, and you want to know. If you hear your woman saying, "Oh, I need to douche," tell them no. No. Ask them how they're feeling. If they think something is off, go to your doctor.
Absolutely.
All right? Leave it alone. Leave it alone. All right. So, douching, smoking, having multiple partners, using antibiotics, and hormonal changes during pregnancy or menstruation can increase the risk of developing BV. So, what are some symptoms, right? BV may not cause any symptoms in some women. However, when symptoms are present, they may include the following: a strong odor, and usually a fishy odor, they're saying here, thin, grayish, whitish, or yellowish discharge, itching or burning in the vagina, pain or comfort during intercourse. Are there any other symptoms that one may experience, Dr. Sharon? Okay, so let everybody else hear this one. So, boric acid works is what Cupcake put in the chat, and Dr. Sharon said yes, it does.
So okay, so you have to. So these are a way to use boric acid in conjunction with oral or vaginal antibiotics to combat like a recurrent BV. So it's not just binding it and using it. There's a method to it.
Okay. So, as always, seek counsel, seek guidance, right? BV is diagnosed based on a physical exam, discharge sample, and sometimes a wet prep test. The treatment, it is typically treated with antibiotics such as clindamycin, and usually lasts for 7 days. And during treatment, there should be no intercourse, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Leave the vagina alone.
Let it heal, folks. Let it heal. So, folks, prevention, there is no guaranteed way to prevent BV. And I need everybody to hear this, because there's a lot of misinformation that tends to go around, right? And everybody is a doctor. Everybody is a doctor. And everybody going to give you information that is not correct. Seek the care of your medical practitioner. All right. Have a conversation with them. They will educate you. In the meantime, there is no guaranteed way to prevent BV, but the following measures may help reduce the risk. Again, avoid douching, quit smoking, limit the number of sexual partners, use protection, and treat any underlying infections promptly. If left untreated, it can increase the risk of other vaginal infections, such as pelvic inflammatory disease. All right? It can affect.
So that's not correct.
That's not correct. Okay, go ahead.
No.
Let's see.
Mm-mm. So BV and yeast are known as vaginitis, right? Even like an atrophic vaginitis, sometimes seen in like a perimenopause or postmenopausal woman, right? That does not ascend up into the pelvic cavity. Infections such as gonorrhea and chlamydia, which are known as cervicitis, will ascend up into the pelvic cavity and cause PID. Right? So BV typically doesn't cause PID. Now, sometimes even when I do a pap smear, you may even get a reading back with suggestive of BV, Gardnerella vaginatis. You actually don't even have to treat it if the woman is not symptomatic, because it's a bacteria that naturally lives in the vagina and it's part of the normal vaginal flora. If it overgrows, then that's when you treat it, but it's not. It doesn't cause PID. It can be irritating, but it doesn't cause PID.
All right. So get the facts. Another one. Let's clarify this one. Men can also carry BV bacteria, but they typically do not develop symptoms. Is that true or false, Dr. Sharon?
Yes and no. I've actually never tested a guy for it. I've never actually even treated a guy for it. But women who have recurrent BV, then I'll just have them check their partner for it, and then we'll do other aggressive treatment method plus some vaginal inserts like boric acid and or probiotic, and sometimes even changing your dietary habits will help.
All right. So someone sent me a message here, and the question is it safe to put yogurt in the vaginal cavity?
We eat the yogurt, please. The yogurt usually has probiotic in it, and that's why I said probiotic. No yogurt in the vagina. There are vaginal inserts that are on the market that actually do work and do help, and some of them do contain probiotic. But eat the yogurt, don't put it in the vagina. Thank you. Anasochi is killing me.
Anasochi is crazy, okay? So, and one last one here before we move on. When we talk about multiple partners, if you are having unprotected intercourse, is it possible to transfer the bacteria, is it possible for the man to transfer the bacteria from one woman to another?
No, BV is not a sexually transmitted infection.
Okay, you heard, folks. All right, it is not a sexually transmitted infection. Do not put no yogurt. Can I eat? James, go sit on one side. Please have several.
Eat the yogurt. Please do not put it in your body part. Eat the yogurt. Add a probiotic to your your dietary intake, but please refrain from putting the yogurt in the vagina. Thank you.
That was Medic Minute with Dr. Sharon. And we are going to be having the Biz Buzz. We're going to be starting that. We will be talking business in 3 minutes or less. All right. So thank you, Dr. Sharon, for the Medic Minute. Next up. Oh, Lord have mercy. Y'all are cracking me. James, behave yourself. Behave yourself. Time out. Stories out of Latin America. Las Noticias. Mexico bans junk food sales in schools in its latest salvo against child obesity. May I ring the bell for Mexico? I think it was last year, if not last year, the year before. Remember, who can remember when we had the conversation based on an article where Mexico was stopping the import of cereals high in sugar. I think there were Kellogg's cereals, and Kellogg's was not too happy about it, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, we stand with Mexico on this. APnews.com, a government sponsored junk food ban in schools across Mexico, took effect on Saturday as the country tries to tackle one of the world's worst obesity and diabetes epidemics. Thank you, Mexico. The health guidelines, first published last fall, take a direct shot at salty and sweet processed products that have become a staple for generations in Mexican school children, such as sugary fruit drinks, packaged chips, artificial pork. Why are we eating artificial pork rinds? And soy encased, chili flavored peanuts. Announcing that the ban had become law, Mexico's education ministry posted on X, "Farewell, junk food." It encouraged parents to support the government's crusade by cooking healthy meals for their children. One of the core principles of the new Mexican school system is healthy living. That's according to Mario Delgado, the public health secretary. There's a high level of acceptance of this policy among parents. Mexico's ambitious attempt to remake its food culture and reprogram the next generation of consumers is being watched closely around the world as governments struggle to turn the tide on a global obesity epidemic. I give the bells to Mexico. Stand up proud. This is where you talk about the government taking control to care for its people. It's not about taking away your freedom, but they recognize that there is a problem. There is a health crisis that will become an epidemic. Well, it's already an epidemic. I don't want nobody come tell me, say, nothing wrong with them. They eat what they want, eat them young. If we don't get a grip of and take control of the situation at an early age, much like disciplining our children, once they get to a certain age, they are going to end up, chances are, being dependent on medication. We don't want that because all the medication them out there have side effects. The goal is to have a healthier nation. I think someone had opened their mind, or was I hearing double? I stand with you, Mexico. Can Caribbean countries follow suit so we all can say farewell to junk food? Please. And if we must rely on prepackaged things, can we have them be as healthy as possible? Let us minimize the amount of preservatives that we're putting in these things. I still have an issue when you read the labels and you see the ingredients of the foods here in the US and you compare it. Same brand of what's made available in Canada or across Europe. A lot of our food in its state here in the shelves, on the shelves of the supermarket, are banned across Europe. Banned. Artificial this, artificial that. Please explain to me why we're eating artificial pork rinds. Go make your own chicharron. Get the pork skin and clean it up and fry it up and eat that. It's not as it's healthy either, but it's better than the artificial stuff you're putting in your children's mouths. Please, folks, let's do better. Go ahead, Dr. Sharon.
I vote for leave the pork alone to begin with. How about that?
Love it, Carla. Pork alone.
Oh man. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Why, Dr. Shanda, one day I had jerk pork, jerk
Mm-mm.
ribs, brown stew pork, pork
Mm-mm.
chops,
Mm-mm.
pig trotters,
No, ma'am.
ham,
Mm-mm.
bacon.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Lord of mercy. Any which way
Mm-mm.
you slice.
Mm-mm. No.
I have a weakness for pork. I love pork. Bad.
Mm-mm. I can't. No. No pork. But it's worse when you have artificial pork. Now, how the hell do you make artificial pork? That does
Okay.
not even make sense.
Okay. Where that I go? That's an insult to us pork lovers. Artificial pork.
Mm-mm. How do you do artificial pork? Like, that's crazy.
I don't know, sir. But thank God they're taking control. That's all I can say. They're taking control.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I appreciate that. And I implore other governments to follow suit. Go ahead, James. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, I think they need to take control of their cheese too, because Mexico eat more cheese than almost any country in the world, and their cheese is is not good, full of
Really?
salt. Yeah,
All cheap. Oh, they put more than the other.
no, they have local people that make different type of cheese, and they sell it on the street. It's like how we sell jerk chicken and stuff on the street. People walk around with bucket and sell cheese. It's a part of their culture. Cheese make a lot of different things, but it's extra salty because it's like homemade cheese type of thing. Yeah, so everywhere you go, you'll see that. That you need to get rid of that too. Yeah, but it's a good move.
It's a start. It's a start. It's a start, James. All right. So it's time for stories on the international scene. Red Cross outraged over the unaliving of medics by Israeli forces in Gaza. This article comes to us courtesy of BBC.com. This is just this, you know what? The Red Cross movement has expressed outrage that 8 Palestinian medics were unalived, along with 6 civil defense first responders and a UN staff member, by Israeli forces in southern Gaza. 5 ambulances, a fire truck, and a UN vehicle were struck one by one.
So clearly wasn't a mistake. It
It
was
wasn't a
targeted.
mistake.
Yeah. So suppose we can lay that to rest if it was one after the other. So
Because I'm sure these were not undercover vehicles at a Soji.
no, they're usually clearly marked. So the X, the plus will be marked on top of the roof. So even if you're at a height, you can see it. And it's usually in war zones, the Red Cross paints their red in luminous red, not just red, illuminous red. So which means even at night, you can see it. So
But we here in the US can't say anything, because if we say anything,
good luck with that.
United Nations.
But we can.
Yeah, you can. I mean, the rest of the world can advocate. We can't. We have been muzzled like a damn dog.
But the irony is we can, but we're not the one who bankroll it. At least not majority of it. We do bankroll a bit of it. And from time to time, their conscience are pricked over here. And so they adjust, they say the right words. But the place where the majority of the funds comes from don't even bat an eyelid. So, in fact, they would accuse you of something else. I yield.
And in the article here at Adesoji, it says that they were wearing emblems, and those emblems should have protected them. Their ambulances were clearly marked.
You see, I'm careful not to use the word WAR, because that is not a WAR, that's a slaughter. In any situation like that, there are two people who tend to be protected: the medics and journalists. And in this case, those lines have been blurred to show that such convention does not exist. And so when we hear issues like this, what it does is just remind us of how the barbarity is on the other end. Not that we expect anything different, but it's just a reminder that this level of barbarity exists. I yield.
They were responding. They were responding to a humanitarian issue. And that right there tells us everything we need to know.
Yes. I mean, there was a similar type case a couple of months ago. I mean, actually about 6 months into the atrocity when it set forth, that of the 6-year-old girl, Abdi, who, met an untimely end in the fact that she was traveling along with her family. Again, her vehicle and the vehicle of her family were set upon. The people who were supposed to come and rescue her, were also set upon. So, what does that tell you? I yield. Bearing in mind, she's 6 years old. A girl, tiny girl, 6 years old. So
I've seen images of babies.
Yeah. I mean, I know. I'm just trying to, I mean, it's one thing to say a 6-year-old is set upon, not by an adult but by a state. A state considers a 6-year-old an existential threat to use not just some of the most technologically advanced instruments. I mean, if it were not sad, it would be funny. But that's the extent of the barbarity we're talking about. We're using the state sets upon a 6-year-old, and its justification to the international community was that it felt threatened by a 6-year-old. A 6-year-old. Yeah, let that set in. I yield.
Welcome to the stage, Mr. President. Thank you, Adesoji. Next up, I have to move on because I can't stand too long. It's just disheartening. Sovereignty for security. Let's take a listen to this clip.
The DRC is in big trouble. They are about to make a deal that may change everything. In what can only be described as a jaw-dropping move, the Democratic Republic of Congo has reportedly reached out to the United States with a shocking offer that sounds like something out of a modern-day colonial playbook. Come protect us, and we'll give you access to our $20 trillion mineral deposit. My goodness. According to the Wall Street Journal, President Felix Tshisekedi sent a letter to President Trump last month, offering a security agreement in exchange for U.S. military help in fighting off violent rebel groups that have taken over parts of eastern Congo. In the letter, Tshisekedi writes, according to the Wall Street Journal, and I quote, "Your election has ushered in a golden age for America. Our partnership would provide the U.S. with strategic advantage by securing critical minerals such as cobalt, lithium, copper, and tantalum from the Democratic Republic of Congo." End quote. Let's pause. Is the DRC president really proposing to trade sovereignty for security here? Is this a strategic play? Or is Congo about to sign up for a new kind of colonization? The DRC.
Adesoji, please tell me what I heard is incorrect.
No, it's correct. I mean, there's two ways of looking at it. One, it's you're committing historical surrender, and two is the fact that your neighbors have been constituting a menace to you for your very existence. But here's the thing: that storm of your neighbors being a menace to you was created by the same people that you're running to for help.
Thank you.
So I don't know what it is about you thinking that that is where your salvation exists. But then again, Africa has been replete for the last maybe 40 years with leaders who don't understand not just the position they're in, but also context matters a lot. There's a gentleman who is laying underneath your soil, or at least what remains of him is laying that underneath your soil, whose very existence was cut short because of deals like this. And then you now turn and you're using glowing terms. You're using listen. Some who was it that said as long as first things first is that your enemy's enemy are not your friend. No, they're not. You have to be clear about that. They're not. So anytime I hear this thing of, the US has this, but China has that. The US has this, but Russia has that. It's like there's a saying: those who fail to understand history or fail to learn from it will make the mistakes of the past. Mm-hmm. The thing is, history is there for us to learn from. People don't just read it. You read it to know what transpired, so that you might not exactly make the same mistake, but at least you're wise enough to know what to avoid. So, but he clearly doesn't. He is looking for, what's the word? Convenience. Yeah, convenience.
Sounds like self-interest to me.
Well, some would say yes, self-interest. But when you mortgage the existence of a place that has been assaulted since 1854, Congo has been under assault since 1854. There's a book written by, what's his name? Ray Brock. Actually, ironically, a Belgian, titled Congo, just titled Congo. If you read it, from day one. So 1854 to now, that place, you know when you dig a hole and you're constantly digging. That is what Congo is. Is that hole that is constantly being dug. Yeah. And at some point surely we should reach the ground right now, but no, they keep digging. Not just the minerals, the people. In the course of digging for the minerals, you set upon the local population, mostly the female. You essay them. All of this is part of the daily experience, Congolese experience in the eastern side of the Congo. I mean, it's not that it doesn't exist in other, but in the the main reason, the main reason for the story is what transpires in the eastern side of Congo. So for the eastern side of Congo, this is their experience. You wake up in the morning, you hear sonic booms in the corner or far reaches of where you live. You know something is happening. You begin to move. Imagine, what kind of existence is that?
But remember, was it 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, the article coming to the front, and we questioned it, saying that our president was going to be sending his daughter-in-law's father as special envoy to the Congo. And we saw the writing on the wall, Well, look
Yeah.
at this article now. Look at this clip now. You are giving
Yeah.
your country's resources to the United States for free. Yes, it is for free.
Yeah. And then the irony is, somebody would say the thing about stray dogs is you don't feed them.
No, because they take a president to your yard. They won't
That's
leave
it.
your yard.
That's it.
And we don't seem to learn. And this is the part that grieves me at a soldier time and time again with our leaders of predominantly African nations or nations of people of African descent. They're constantly selling us out.
Yeah, power.
Constantly selling their people out.
I mean, look at that gentleman who said earlier, in one of the stories you ran earlier, the man out of Guyana who was saying,
Irfan.
Exactly. There you go. So it doesn't matter where you are. It's just that mindset of, I need to control power, but in order to control power, I'm going to give out more than I should. There's nothing wrong with saying, you know what? China, the United States, we're going to do deals with both of you. And you know what? If you allow them both access to your resources, the last thing they will do is fight each other.
Right.
They can't do that. But when you go out and say you're going to prefer one person over another person,
preferential treatment,
then you set yourself up for disaster. Because you know that deal you enter into one will be undermined by another.
But
So
what
what
are the people in Congo saying about this presumption?
The people in Congo have, I mean, the only pushback they can have is the use of social media. And oh yes, I actually enjoin people to follow a group called the Friends of Congo. They're on your major podcast social media handles. Friends of Congo. They will give you a day-by-day situation report of what is happening there. And it is, they do a remarkable job. You know, we've had the guy who runs it on our program from time to time. But it's important that is the way we engage with Congo. Go directly to the people sometimes. They will tell you what is going on. Because oftentimes than not, the guy filing the report for the New York Times, the AP, whatever news organization there is usually so far away from it that it's secondhand information they're passing across. But Friends of the Congo, yeah, follow them. I yield.
Thank you, Adesoji. You're selling out your people over there in the Congo. That's the only thing I can say to the leader of that country, leader of that nation. And for those who are sitting around him and saying, yes, do that, supporting him. You care nothing about your people. But I sincerely hope as you acquire another private jet, as you acquire another penthouse in Switzerland or in Paris or somewhere in Europe, Geneva, wherever, I hope misery will not come to you. I really hope it doesn't come to you and your families. As you relish in in luxury of the backs of your people. You suppress your people, you oppress your people. You sell out your people again. Not even uno remember slavery to blouse and skirt. Wow, then I have no book over there. They don't have access to history over there in the Congo.
They have, but you know, again, I was talking to somebody the other day, and the person said, "How is it that the person who is hungry, how are they going to read?" I'm like, "Well, you have a point. You have a point. If the mind is not settled, how can the mind even take on information? You know, and most of these moves are deliberate. They're supposed to ensure that you don't settle, because if you do, you'll be able to question so many things.
You know what? Next up, Adesoji. Because this is really disheartening to see that they would just throw it all up in the air for a little bit of change. A little bit of change. Were they paying attention to Zelensky at least when, you know what? Police in North America, police say ICE tactics are eroding public trust in local law enforcement. Let's take a listen to this one, courtesy of NPR.
The Trump administration has prioritized immigration enforcement, which has led some local police leaders to say it's making their jobs harder. That's because many people living in the US without legal status are wary of the police and reluctant to report crime, even when they're the victims of it. NPR's criminal justice reporter Meg Anderson has this report.
In Santa Fe County, New Mexico last month, local police addressed a packed auditorium.
Buenas noches.
With the help of an interpreter, New Mexico State Police Chief Troy Weisler tried to reassure county residents.
When we respond to calls or investigate crimes, we do not care if someone is a citizen or not.
Santa Fe Police Chief Paul Joy didn't wear his uniform out of fear it would make people nervous.
Whatever happens around the country, whoever is president, you are our community. We are your officers.
Meetings like this are playing out nationwide. Police are holding town halls, releasing videos and statements, adding FAQ sections to their websites. They're trying to communicate the same message. They are not immigration officers. But that can be tricky. At the Santa Fe meeting, County Sheriff Adan Mendoza said his agency does sometimes work with federal authorities, but
to be transparent, the only time that we would ever cooperate with ICE would be if somebody has committed a major felony.
That's not the case everywhere. Police agencies have different rules for how they work or don't with ICE. It's a delicate balance. Many police do want ICE to apprehend people committing violent crimes. They don't want to scare away law-abiding immigrants from calling the police. Chuck Wexler, head of the Police Executive Research Forum, says it's not always easy.
Dealing with their communities, it's dealing with federal law enforcement, and they really find themselves caught in the middle and trying to navigate that ground as best they can.
In Tennessee, the Greenville Police Department postponed a Hispanic community meeting this month after people on Facebook claimed it was actually an ICE roundup in disguise. In Boston, when Police Commissioner Michael Cox pointed out last month that his agency doesn't have the authority to enforce immigration law, Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, said he'd bring hell to the city. Last week, ICE arrested more than 300 people in Massachusetts. Many police chiefs have opted to risk the ire of the federal government to preserve trust with immigrant communities. That can be a tenuous bond in the best of times. And leaders NPR spoke to say they're worried immigrants are already reporting fewer crimes. Studies show immigration status can be a barrier to calling the police. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara says that jeopardizes public safety.
If people are not willing to call us and tell us what's going on, tell us they've been victimized, cooperate as witnesses, all of that leads to a situation that makes the potential for everyone in this city to be victimized that much worse.
Republican Sheriff Chad Bianco in Riverside County, California, is in favor of Trump's immigration efforts. But he regularly speaks with farm owners in his county. He says many of them employ people who are undocumented.
The employees are telling the owners of things that are happening.
They're reporting robberies, assaults, even rape.
So the owners are telling me, but they're telling me that they can't convince their workers to be a victim and to notify law enforcement because they're afraid they're going to be deported.
Harold Medina is the police chief in Albuquerque and also leads the Major Cities Chiefs Association. He says if law enforcement is only now trying to build trust, it's too little, too late.
I think it comes down to you should never try to create a relationship with a segment of the community the day after something has occurred. Every day we deposit in the bank of trust.
He says trust makes it easier to convince people that the police are here to help. Meg Anderson, NPR News.
Thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts and prayers. Period. Thoughts and prayers. That's all. We ain't got nothing else. That's it.
Yeah. What else?
What else?
Thoughts and prayers.
A hostile state. Why some travelers are avoiding the US. This article comes to us courtesy of BBC. Oh, but Booker still on the floor talking. Can somebody check and let me know, please? Is he still talking? Cory Booker? As President Donald Trump implements sweeping new policies, issues tariffs on longtime allies, and leads an immigration crackdown, some international travelers are rethinking their travel plans to the U.S. The nation's stricter border enforcement has recently led to the detention of Canadian and European tourists, prompting Germany, the UK, Denmark, and Finland, and Portugal to issue travel warnings and advisories for the country. Now, it appears that a growing number of voices are advocating for an all-out boycott of travel to the US. The cold shoulder has been particularly noticeable from the US's northern neighbor, Canada, which sends more than 20 million visitors to the country per year, more than any other nation. In response to Trump's proposed tariffs and repeated threats to annex the nation, former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau recently urged his fellow Canadians, now is the time to choose Canada, adding, it might mean changing your summer vacation plans to stay here in Canada. The appeals seem to have caught on as many infuriated Canadians are now boycotting US holidays. In February, border crossings were down by more than 20%. That's according to Statistics Canada. The U.S. Travel Association estimates that even a 10% reduction in Canadian visitors could result in $2.1 billion in lost spending and 14,000 job losses. While some Canadians are snubbing the U.S. of policy changes, others say they simply don't feel safe. As safe as they once did. Can you blame them? No. No.
No. Unfortunately, yeah. Sorry. It's the United States after all, so we'll see in a couple of years.
Did you see that thing where they want them for register? No, you have to register, and or you can't only stay in the country for 30 days, and if you need to be here longer than 30 days, you have to update. Now imagine in the state of Florida, because that's where we are. Hey Tasha, hey Mel. In the state of Florida, where I am, we call them the snowbirds. They're here 6 months out of the year. They own a lot of real estate down here. Them pay taxes down here. Them have to pay them property taxes. The majority of them down here don't have mortgages, right? Them own them condos outright or their houses outright. But them have to pay them property taxes every year. So they contribute to this the state's economy. They allow for teachers to get paid, the fire department to keep the doors open, and other public services. They contribute significantly to the tourism sector. People are able to have jobs.
Well, it's a symptom of the kind of malaise that there is in terms of the politics of the United States. One is, to these guys, all of that doesn't matter, because in their orbit, and when I say orbit, in their immediate space, they don't see what you and I are talking about. For them, it doesn't register. That's one. But I will tell you what thing that will focus their mind if they watch the Wall Street yesterday, the Dow Jones, the way it went, that is pause for concern. That's one. if Canada is saying no, and Mexico, basically you want to throw out anyone that you think looks Mexican, and those two countries are not playing with you, you immediately become a black hole within a space of three, right? So for us on the outside, looking in, if your immediate neighbors are not hanging out with you, why would we want to come? The worst still is you're going to host the World Cup next year. We were already thinking, is the United States, we're going to have fun. And no. Part is to immerse yourself with the local culture within that space where the football games are being hosted. In a state of apprehension like this, how can we do that? How? I mean, it just spoils the fun. So, unfortunately, and it's not even helped by the fact that the story you just ran earlier, when a policeman is coming and telling you people are not reporting
crimes,
exactly, because they fear for their status. It tells you the state is in a state of siege.
Yeah.
People are not living as they should because you've created that atmosphere and you've built this thing around you don't belong, you're not part of us. So anything we do to you is part of the cause. And unfortunately, that is going to be floating around for a while. Mm-hmm. And there was a video I saw yesterday that ties in with what we're talking about. And it's, maybe this is where you cue in the anthem. There were two.
let me get the anthem. Let me pull it up while we're talking.
Okay.
We have to have our anthem, our national anthem.
Yeah, you have to have the anthem. So there were two. This guy basically just married a quote unquote. This person was on TPS. Yeah. The husband is on TPS. The wife is going through the process to be on the TPS. The ICE got the wife on her way back from the school run.
Mm-hmm.
And now the hubby doesn't know where the wife is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
You know what even makes the whole thing worse? Is the fact that the wife is on social media advocating for Trump. So, cue the music. Exactly.
And we have several of those stories, don't we?
I mean, the drumbeat of it is the idea that you had a chance to be in solidarity with people who they might not look like you, but they have a shared experience. In fact, if anything, their experience predates whatever it is you're experiencing in terms of subjugation, oppression, and what have you, right? And you come into the space and they're telling you that your host is of this dispensation. What do? You say no. You're going to vote against your own interests. And now you're having to find out.
We like to FA. We like FA. It's just who we are. We like to FA. And then we want to act shocked when the FO comes around, right?
No, you cannot. You cannot. If you set yourself up for it. Every time those videos come across my timeline.
That's all you think about. I will Dios mío.
The best question I ask myself is, so what do you want me to do about it?
That part.
Seriously, what do you want me to do about it?
That part.
I'm not even in the States, and I was campaigning so hard that you will think I had a vested interest in it. Obviously, I'm in solidarity with the people who, wish things were not like this.
Mm-hmm.
But all of a sudden, you're bearing the brunt of your own decision, and yet you want people to. What do you want them? I don't even know what it is they want people to offer them. I don't. I'm sorry.
I can say it's April 5th is coming around, and y'all better gas is down. That's all I can say.
Oh well, like I say, the sad thing, however, is also the other side has now made that into some sort of a degree of mental torture. There was a guy online saying he bought an ICE-looking uniform online on Amazon and wears it to Walmart just to see people's
That's wicked. That is wickedness. And things like those, I would call them paraphernalia. They should not be available on Amazon. They should not be anywhere. Because you know what? As you mentioned that, Adesoji, I'm thinking about the student, the young lady that was surrounded by 5 or 6 people. There's no writing on anything that they're wearing. And it could come across as kidnapping.
Yes, which is why the law enforcement were saying the way they're moving suggests that this thing is going to. I mean, there was a law professor who said, and I'm trying to paraphrase what he said now. He said the thing about public trust is this: it just needs to break once. That's it. It's done. It's not just the fact that they're picking people off the streets. It's the fact that if somebody that looks like them, and when I say them, you know who I'm referring to, gets picked up on the streets, who is to accost that person? Because obviously you're not defending the person. You saw what happened when the lady was being picked up on the street. Nobody came to her defense.
Nobody.
And what was her crime?
Did they show her any papers?
No. What was her crime? Do you know what her crime was? He wrote a scathing editorial review in her school legal journal. That was it. Ayot.
Thank you, Adesoji. Next up. Oh boy, TikTok talk. We have a couple of videos in our TikTok talk segment that we're going to listen to. Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad. He's first up.
More than 90% of our goods, food, medicine comes from the land. And this was blocked. Students were kicked out from those countries. Patients were kicked out from hospitals.
So Qataris who were in that country
Yes.
were ordered home.
Were ordered home, yes. Charlie, it was a shock. It was a shock because a few weeks before that, we were meeting, all of us together in one room, including President Trump, and we were discussing terrorism, financing terrorism, and nobody brought any concern from those countries. Nobody told me anything.
So this is a meeting in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Exactly.
Where the president's there, and no one suggested they had reason to launch an attack against you.
Nothing. It was actually the opposite. We were praising each other, laughing with each other, discussing, how to solve this terrorism that is a threat for the rest of the world.
What do you think this is about? Because this is a conflict that has as much power to disrupt the region as anything that's happened politically in a while. So why are they doing it? For what purpose?
They don't like our independence, the way how we're thinking, our vision for the region. We want freedom of speech for the people of the region, and they're not happy with that. And so they think that this is a threat to them.
Here's what they are saying, that you're supporting terrorism, that you support the Muslim Brotherhood, which they believe is against them. You're too friendly with Iran, that Al Jazeera, which you own, stirs up trouble in the region, that you're financing Islamist groups in Syria, that you allow the Taliban and Hamas to operate out of Doha, and that you are playing too many sides, and that the time has come to stop it. That's what they are saying.
Charlie, Iran is our neighbor. And by the way, us as a country, we have lots of differences in foreign policies with Iran more than them. Let me tell you one thing, Charlie. When those countries, our brothers, blocked everything, blocked medicine, blocked food, the only way for us to provide food and medicine for our people was through Iran. And when they talk about terrorism, absolutely not. We do not support terrorism.
They're making demands of you that you shut down Al Jazeera, that you give them your word that you're not supporting any Islamist groups. Are you going to meet these demands?
Our sovereignty is a red line. We don't accept anybody interfering our sovereignty. When you tell me to close a channel like Al Jazeera, history will write one day in 50 or 60, 70 years, how it changed the whole idea of free speech in the region.
So you're not going to shut down Al Jazeera?
No, we're not going to shut down Al Jazeera.
This is what is at the core. You're different from them. And they have finally said to you, you have to stop playing all sides because it threatens us and it competes with us.
Actually, what they're saying is, in a very simple way, give up your independence. The reason why they came here, it's not because we asked them to come here, because other people...
Like the United States?
Yeah, America.
The United States wanted the Taliban here.
They wanted to have dialogue, so they asked us if we can host them here and have the dialogue. So that we hosted them here. This is the reason why they're here. The difference between us and them during the Arab Spring is that we stood by the people.
And they stood by the regimes.
They stood by the regimes. It showed after that they stood by the regimes. Why did we stand by the people? Because they were asking for freedom, dignity. And I feel that we chose the right side when we stood by the people. We told them, welcome to Doha, welcome to Doha, welcome to Qatar. We have a strategic partnership with you, and we want this to be very solid. So we're friends. So you're welcome to Qatar.
You have heard that the president said this cannot happen.
I've heard that. I've heard that this cannot continue. It should end.
And we cannot tolerate an invasion from outside by our friends against another friend.
He told me very clearly, I will not accept my friends fighting amongst themselves.
So you were actually fearful of that?
I'm fearful that if anything happens, any military act happens, this region will be in chaos.
It is said that the president has asked you to come to Camp David. Have you accepted that invitation?
Yes, I had. I met with the president when I was in New York a few weeks ago.
For the United Nations.
For the United Nations. And the president showed that he is committed to find an end to this crisis. And yes, it is true. He suggested that we come, and I told him straight away, Mr. President, we are very ready. I've been asking for dialogue from day one.
And what did the other countries say?
It was supposed to be very soon, this meeting, but I don't have any response.
Do you believe that they want regime change?
Yes, they want a regime change. It's just so obvious. History as well teaches us that they tried to do that before in 1996. After my father became the emir. And they made it also so obvious in the last couple of weeks.
What's happened in the last couple of weeks to make that obvious?
Well, they've been, talking in the media that this regime should be more suitable with its neighbors. And they mean us being followers to them, not being independents. This is what they mean and this is what they want.
Have they underestimated you?
I think they underestimated the Qatari people. I'm so proud of the people. Qatar, after the 5th of June, is not like Qatar before. We're proud of what we were. We're proud of our history. But after the 5th of June, it's different. We are stronger.
How will this end?
We want it to end. Believe me, Charlie, we want it to end. But nothing is going to be above our dignity, our sovereignty. But we want it to end. I always say that. If they're going to walk 1 meter toward me, I'm willing to walk 10,000 miles towards them. More than
Interesting conversation, isn't it?
Sheikh Al-Thani, isn't it? So yeah, so
Jad, that was Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad, Qatar. Yeah. It seems as though we don't intend to get rid of the playbook that we've been using for decades, right, Adesoji?
Well, it's
Or we don't
No.
care to read the room anymore. We just come in and do what we want, say what we want, and everyone falls in line. No room for conversation unless that conversation is going to end with us getting what we want ultimately.
I mean, could you imagine? Could you imagine someone coming to the United States and saying, the New York Times, the LA Times, the Boston Globe should close down?
Al
Can you imagine?
Jazeera. You know how many people are employed by Al Jazeera?
No, I mean,
But
set
beyond
as-
that,
yeah, set aside the employment bit. The idea that you claim to champion freedom of the press, it's enshrined in the U.S. Constitution as the fourth estate.
what is enshrined anymore?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's another way of looking at it. But I mean, it's the mind boggles. The mind boggles. I'm sorry, the mind boggles.
So here's our favorite lady.
And shame on you and shame on the mainstream media for trying to cover for these individuals who have, this is a vicious gang.
All right, this is scary. Watch Caroline Levitt deflect after we learned today that the Trump admin is using this arbitrary point system to determine whether someone is a part of a gang with no due process. I mean, read this. The DHS values tattoos at 4 points. Communicating with someone suspected to be a gang member is 6 points. And if you get 8 points in total, then you get deported to a prison with no due process. I mean, this dude had 2 tattoos that were 4 points apiece, and they were deported to a slave prison in El Salvador. There are even reports that Chicago Bulls attire can get you points in this weird system. So check out Caroline Levitt getting confronted on this.
You can get classified by simply having certain symbols in your tattoos and wearing certain streetwear brands. That alone is enough to get someone classified as TDA and sent to El Salvador.
That's not true, actually, Andrew.
According to this document, it is.
The president made it incredibly clear to the American public that there would be a mass deportation campaign of not just foreign terrorists, but also illegal criminal aliens who have been wreaking havoc on American communities. And shame on you and shame on the mainstream media for trying to cover for these individuals who have. This is a vicious gang, Andrew. This is a vicious gang that has taken the lives of American women.
The government filed in court, which says all.
And you said yourself there are 8 criteria on that document.
They need 8 points.
And you are questioning the credibility of these agents who are.
She doesn't know what her own administration says. It's not 8 criteria, it's 8 points. And no one's running defense for gangs. We're running defense for the Constitution and due process. They don't understand it.
And shame on you and shame on the mainstream.
You can't expect them to understand it, right? You can't. They're never going to understand it. So I did see the document, the point system. Did you see it, Adesoji?
Yeah, I saw it. But another thing that cracks me up is, have you listened to this lady speak?
I lose brain cells, and I'm getting ready to lose more in a little bit.
She's part of my evening entertainment when I just.
I'm glad you.
Seriously.
Look at it's beyond entertainment at this point. It's just ridiculous. And in the words of Aja, frackle knuckle.
Yeah, I mean double frackle knuckle actually. The when she speaks, you could clearly know. You know when somebody's making stuff as they go along. That's who she is. Once she's not reading from a script, she believes anything she says, as long as she prefaces it by Mr. President said, or I think this is what the president meant. She's good. The fact that you've got journalists with years underneath their belt asking her questions, man, I would just have asked them to take me off that beat.
Listen,
I'm sorry.
I could have been in the White House, as a journalist, at a soldier. No, I would lose my access. I would, because the Jamaican enemy would have come right out.
No, I share your pain, but listening to her is like listening to a 16-year-old trying to justify why McDonald's should be on.
Does
the
she
menu.
have the ability to think? Is she even allowed to think? Is she allowed to reason? Is she allowed to show some rationale? Or is she just programmed that you only say what we tell you to say, you defend it, no matter how ridiculous it sounds, right?
I used to think no one can beat who was the last guy that was there that was funny? No one can beat Sean Spicer. You know, the guy who was talking about the crowd size. That no one could beat that. This lady puts Sean
She's in a
Spicer.
class all by herself. I don't think you can
Yeah.
compare that.
This one puts Sean Spicer in the shade and more, to the point where Sean Spicer doesn't even cross your mind anymore. She is, oh God.
Don't lose brain cells, Adeso. Just you struggling. Don't do it to yourself. It's not worth it. She's not worth it. Don't put yourself through that pain. You know what? At this point, she's only doing her job, right? She's collecting a paycheck. She is programmed. And can we really fault her, right? She just has to fall in line.
Yeah, but then, you see, the falling in line.
She has no choice.
No, she does have a choice.
She doesn't. Not if she wants to stay there.
No, okay, fine. Okay, that's a point. That's a point well taken. The notion that you're only following orders is not an excuse. According to the Nuremberg trial rules, you cannot use that as an excuse. You cannot. There was another thing I wanted to point out, and it was an article I read last night where, and I actually shared it with you. It was from the Atlantic. It was the ICE admitting to the fact that the guy they took to El Salvador was not an illegal, but there was nothing anyone could make them do to bring him back.
Yep.
I said, let that settle.
So that means, Adesoji, any one of us can be walking down the street, get picked up, no due process, shipped off to El Salvador with no return, even though there's nothing to substantiate, to justify their having picked me up. I am a U.S. citizen. I have no issues, nothing.
Yep. That's the
J.D. Vance doubled down.
Yeah, that's the case. Now you see why we're very apprehensive about coming to the United States. No, I'm sorry.
And Ja is right. Ja put in the chat, that is why I said we need to check in with our families daily.
Even more now. So than ever.
Exactly.
An hour should not go without you checking in.
It's like, this is serious. You know, every now and again you have to ping. Still here, or just say here. That's where we are. Every hour on the hour. Here. Create a group chat, a family group chat, a friend group chat, or put it on social media or something. Here, just marked here.
I mean, the story I recounted the last when we were talking about the forced deportation of the woman who took her kids to school and was coming back on the day run, and she was accosted by ICE. Say, whoa, okay.
I don't know. All right, next up, I hate to say I told you so, but let's take a listen.
I hate to say I told you so, but I really did. I told you that Trump won't leave the White House again, and I told you that we are already in the midst of an autocracy. We're in the midst of a dictatorship. I hate to say it, but I'm usually right. Why am I saying this? Because this weekend, if you have not seen it, President Trump did not rule out violating the U.S. law to seek a third term in office, telling NBC News that he was, quote, not joking about the possibility and suggesting there were methods to circumvent the two-term limit laid out in the Constitution. Obviously, any attempt to seek a third term would run afoul of the 22nd Amendment, right? When asked whether he has been presented with plans to allow him to seek a third term, Trump said, there are methods which I could do it. A third Donald Trump term. We're not even through the second Donald Trump term. Shit, I'm tired. I hate to say I told you so, but I really did. I told you that.
We ain't even 1 year in.
I mean, Project 2025 it outlines everything. So I don't know why people are acting shocked. But you know what?
How long has it been? February, March. Damn.
4
2.5
months.
months. No, since he went back in
So
January.
January
February,
20,
March.
January 20, March, January 20, February 20, March 20, and then yeah. So 3 months plus. Yeah. And you have to stomach this guy for 4 years. Good luck with that.
This is beyond acceptable. This made me angry. Hearing this one. What happened? Play. Why not playing? Why is this one not playing? Play, girl, play. Not sure what happened. Why this one not playing? Hold on a second.
I hate to say I
Hold
told you
on,
so, but I
hold on
really
a
did.
second.
And shame on you.
More than 90.
And shame on
I hate to say it.
The DRC
right now. We are not sure why this one won't play. Hold on, but this one is very disturbing. Huh. Did they? So this one, it's a video of a young lady who went to a doctor. Okay, here it is.
Can you tell me what's wrong with this sample? Oh my God, I'm sorry. Can you understand as a Black woman why I...
So on the vial, right, in which a sample is put at the doctor's office, they put her name as King Kong. Let that sink in. On the vial, she went to the doctor. You know what the vial that you put the specimen in? They put her name, King Kong. Let's take a listen. Hold on. It's coming up. It's waiting for it to, I don't know.
Can you tell me what's wrong with this sample? Oh my God, I'm sorry. Can you understand as a Black woman why I would have a problem with that? Yeah, I can double check who. How could that be a mistake? Because this King, that's my last name, right? Comma would be my first name, correct? Yeah. How do you misspell Kiera as Kong? That's insane.
Yeah, I can double check who did that. I'm honestly not sure who printed that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Previously, we've never had like any sort of issue like that. I understand where you're coming from.
I'm on fire. I'm on fire right now. Like that's unacceptable. And even if it is a typo, which like if they want to pull that and say that that's what it was, how? Seriously?
Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure how that happened.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So are you able to like go in and see like who did it, what? Because that was that in my chart. How does that happen?
Let me no, like that's not anywhere in the chart. I do see your name as listed here as Sheen, which let me see.
Right. Like that's like reportable. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's like
let me just try to get more information. I do apologize. Again, it wasn't me who like printed that label.
I understand.
I'm not sure how
it's real, Ja. It's real.
I cannot walk out of this office without raising that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Up as a concern, because what do you mean? That's a Black woman comes into, right, doctor's office seeking care to be taken care of, and they receive.
Yeah. Let me just try to get a little bit more info, okay?
Thank you.
This happened at the Perlman Clinic in San Diego.
It was, I see that I put the name incorrect on there. It wasn't really my intentions to do that.
The what? It wasn't really my intention to do that? Hold on wait up a damn minute. Hold on a damn minute.
I see that I put the name incorrect on there. It wasn't really my intentions to do that. Your name on there is not what it seems on there. Like I did mention to her, and she did mention to me that you want this all recorded. That is totally fine. It wasn't really my intention to put your name like that. I did give it to you, and we were double checking it to see if it was incorrect or correct. we didn't mention anything.
We didn't double check anything. You said, have you done a sample like this
Have
before?
you done a sample? And then I gave it to you and you went to the restroom.
Correct. So why are you saying that we were checking the name?
We were checking the name because I asked if it was incorrect or.
No, you didn't.
Okay. But
no, you did not.
Okay.
You said, we walked to the door. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. Correct me if I'm wrong. We walked to the door. You said, have you done a sample like this before? I said, no. And then, or I said, yes. And then you said, okay. And then you opened the door. Right?
You opened the door and I gave it to you.
Correct. So when did we check the
and
name?
then I gave it to you and then like I said, it wasn't my intention. I literally just checked my computer just now to see the name and I was like, I know why she's upset that I put the name on there incorrect. But like I mentioned to her and I'm gonna mention to you, if you feel some type of way of how I wrote it and you want to report me, that is totally fine. But like I
hold on there, hold on there. I'm not hear what she has said, right? No, sir. No, sir. Me not hear what a girl has said, right? At this point, is a little dirty girl. Me not hear what she has said, right? If you want to hold up a damn minute, hold on there. Like I said,
it wasn't my intention. I literally just checked my computer just now to see the name, and I was like, I know why she's upset that I put the name on there incorrect. But like I mentioned to her, and I'm gonna mention to you, if you feel some type of way of how I wrote it, and you want to report me, that is totally fine. But like I'm saying it to both of you, it was really not my intention to put that on there.
So here's my thing. One, I don't understand how you could mistype something like that. I don't understand how you can write Kong instead of Kiera. How did you mistype that?
I was typing. To be honest, I type really fast. I don't double check when I'm typing really fast. I did put your name on there, but for some reason it went to an error. But like I mentioned to you, it was in.
So it auto-corrected from Kiera to Kong. That's crazy. But and then additionally, what I have a problem with now is that you're straight up fabricating that we checked the name on the bottle when we did not. Okay. Did we check the name on the bottle?
Like I said, for me, I did check it and I checked it with you, but you.
So you checked it. So you made a typo. You were typing really fast, and then you checked it, and then.
No, I didn't check it. I just put.
So now you didn't check it.
I didn't check it. I just.
This is ridiculous. I'm done with this conversation. Please give me her name, and I will report it. Thank you.
I'll give you my name right now.
Jesus. Jesus. Jesus.
Tell me what's wrong with this.
Hey, me not sing too, Sam, because I tell you something that couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. It could not be me. Could not be me. I sent it to you, Ja. I tell you, it couldn't be me. It could not be me. Me know it couldn't be Rosola neither. It couldn't be Rosola neither. I know for sure it would not be either of us. Couldn't be. That conversation went on too long. I was not going to be back and forth with this hey, little girl. I was not going to be going back and forth with you that long. You went, that conversation went on just a little bit too long. Just a little bit too long. It was not a mistake. That was no damn mistake. I appreciate that woman was very civil with her. Hey. Hey. Woo. What would you have done at a soldier? Someone wrote on your sample bottle your name as King Kong. What would you do, Rosolo? What would you do, Ja? Mr. President? Jared, what would you do?
I mean, so the fact that you saw a name like that and you're not curious to go confirm that could possibly be an error, suggests there is something deeply troubling with you, which I don't want to give a name to. But also that you then checked and you saw nothing. Come on, you're not kids. You would have seen that name. Whoever wrote the name on the vial would have checked it against the records to see if indeed that's the case. So, but because we don't have a video of the woman, you can tell, but I mean, you could possibly tell somebody's making a statement of what is clearly quite troubling. But you know what? She was civil. She handled it civilly. And I know that would not have been the case were it to be somebody else. But, you know, each to his own. But again, here's the thing. The demographic in question are themselves oppressed, but they decide to side with white supremacy. Then you begin to see that kind of mental, what's the word? Mental subjugation. Because if you cannot think, again, we've been talking about the repercussion or the fallout of the election. You were clearly warned. Everything was provided to you in terms of information that can make you make a credible decision as to how you move. But instead, you sided with your oppressors and voted against your own interests. Now they're going to be holding a rally on the 5th of April. At least that's what they call it. And they're hoping that you guys join them.
Y'all better sit your asses down.
Well, you can be rest assured nobody's turning up for that kind of shenanigans.
Sit your asses down. All people of color, sit your asses down. Whether you're 100% pure black, half black, quarter black, 1/3 black, 1/8 black, 1/16 black, sit your asses down. Do not get up. Listen to your ancestors. Them say, sit down, sit down.
I think the thing is, take a sit. sit your behind down.
No, I have no time for the eloquence and all of that right about no other. So just sit your asses down.
Yeah, Miss Ja. Yeah, the rally is for the 5th is true. Yeah.
They tell us something. They say, don't you know who for frighten? You know? I don't know, lie, them I tell you now. Don't you know who for frighten?
I mean, Hot Wheels is already playing host to a couple of rallies. So it's interesting that the guy in Florida hasn't gotten one yet. Yeah, that's the case.
Hold on there, you. Don't get up. Sit your asses down. The part that was disturbing for me at a soldier, and I guess it took this long for me to really say something because, you know, when me cross angry and miserable, you know, my words, them not come together, you know. There's no cohesion. It sound like a mad woman. But no, I think I have it together a little bit, just a little bit. The part that's truly disturbing for me is that this woman intentionally typed King Kong and then going back and forth like a fish out of water on the seashore trying to gasp. Can't even get our story straight. Can't even get it together. And what I sensed, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, what I sensed was that she would do it again.
No, she would. She would. She would. She got caught this time.
This time.
Because, yeah, she got caught this time. And you can clearly tell that the stories weren't quite matching. The ifs, the buts, the buts.
And the whole of them in the office do it. No, said the girl do it. And no, said the girl. When the whole of them did the laugh after the patient. The whole of them run at the back. They can tell us that galang.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Look at I'm gonna jail. Type up the girl name as her name is Kiara King. Type up the girl name as King Kong. And then the one in the office with her when I was not talk to. And right now I'm not care who can understand what I say. Me no business. Me not there to translate right about now. That's not my problem. Get Google Translator. The girl in the office will talk to the patient. I said, oh my gosh, whatever. Go for the next girl. She well know when I go long time. She go for the next girl. What key in the information in the system.
Mm-hmm.
She go for that girl there. Carry her coming there. And then she coming with fear, brazen, bright out of her, that stinking dirty self. And I go on with her instead of she apologize. Just apologize and shut the hell up. You got caught, little girl. Dirty girl, as we said. You got caught. And these people have no business being in the medical field. They have no business having a license. She needs to be stripped of her license. Because I can't tell you that the first time she do it. She do it and she do it and she do it and she keep doing it. But them catch her blouse and skirt this time. Girl, you're out of order. You smell your scratches. You smell yourself. So now, we have to be very vigilant, right? We have to be extremely vigilant when we go to the doctor's office. Make sure you look at everything, every specimen, buckle, tube, whatever. Check your things them. Tell us you want to see sitting them. Because I wish you would. Gather yourself moments. Display some decorum. Be a lady. Go ahead, Dr. Soji.
I mean, it's hard to even find a justification for such an act. And the fact that you can talk over the woman while she's trying to explain to you how problematic that situation is suggests there was no element of remorse in you because you've been caught. And rather than apologize, maybe also the ego that you're going to have to be the butt of jokes in the office or possibly a lawsuit or what have you. I mean, it's mind-boggling. But people do this nonsense.
I will definitely be owning that medical practice when I'm done. Next.
We have some big news right now. A video posted by Elon Musk's super PAC is raising.
Hold on, Mr. President. Want to say something? Go ahead, Mr. President, before I.
What I wanted to say, the whole
Thank
thing
you
and
for-
lawsuits and stuff is one thing, but what is very disturbing here is now one has to question the authenticity of any medical treatment you're receiving from this doctor's office. Who knows what else she can or cannot do? So how, as a patient, are you supposed to continue with the procedures or continue seeing the doctor when the integrity of whatever you do there could be compromised? Because it's the mindset that lead to what she did. If she viewed the patient in that manner, to go to that extent to do that, then what else can she do? Because it's like you don't even see her as a person, right? So then what else can you do with the test, with whatever it is else? How can the patient now going forward or in the past trust whatever medical services that was received from the doctor's office? That is the question.
Go ahead, Jared. Go right ahead, Jared.
Yeah, you have to start a paper trail on it. Even if the office itself doesn't want to do anything, if this comes up again, there has to be some type of trail on it. I've sent letters to medical boards to go ahead, and even if they didn't do anything, it goes into a record.
Thank you, Jared. Thank you, everyone. Let me keep it moving because the more me look on it, is the angry one gets. Oh, Dr. Sean, where you did there? You missed that one there? So long story short, at the Perlman Clinic in California, San Diego, California, right? If I make sure I catch my geography, you know. A young lady looks at a specimen bottle. Her name is Kiara King. But what is labeled on the specimen bottle is King Kong. I don't know if it's a CNA or a nurse who is in the office with her, who she points it out to. Of course, not her. She goes for the person who would be responsible for doing that. And the person who come in, it's like she defend what she do. First, she said she type 2. What the backside Tasha said they do that all the time at Starbucks? Hey! Call the popo. Call the popo. Oh, call the popo. And then the girl is defending her actions, in my opinion, and others may disagree with me. She's defending her actions because, hold on there. She's defending her actions. And is it true?
Okay, but no, you did not. Okay. You said, we walked to the door. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. Correct me if I'm wrong. We walked to the door. You said, have you done a sample like this before? I said, no. And then, or I said, yes. And then you said, okay. And then you opened the door. Right?
You opened the door and I gave it to you.
Correct.
Yeah,
so when did we check the name?
And then I gave it to you. And then like I said, it wasn't my intention. I literally just checked my computer just now to see the name. And I was like, I know why she's upset that I put the name on there incorrect. But like I mentioned to her, and then
I know why she's upset. Because I put the name on there incorrect. Go ahead, Dr. Sharon.
That's not incorrect. You put her name as King Kong. That's racist. That's racist. That was not a mistake. That was deliberate.
I know why she's upset.
Yeah, because she did a deliberate racist act. That's what that is.
Absolutely.
And why would you label something with a name that's actually not even the patient's name?
You're right. Tasha said, I don't hear any accountability, just excuses. Yeah, that's what we heard.
I mentioned to you, if you feel some type of way of how I wrote it and you want to report me, that is.
If you feel some type of way about how I wrote it and you want to report me, that is totally.
But like I mentioned, like I'm saying it to both of you, it was really not my intention to put that on there.
So here's my.
I want to curse so bad and I can't. I have to hold it. Yeah, hold it there.
Is that a TikTok?
I'll send it to you.
Send it to me, please. Thank you.
Oh, Jesus. I tell I said, Jesus. Come and tell us something now. What the song what they did sing in the Oval Office? Remember the song what they did sing at the Oval Office? How great thou art.
You mean the Requiem?
How great thou art. Hey! How great thou art. Then sings my soul. My Savior God to the God. Somebody gonna be singing that. Look a girl.
my thing. One, I don't understand how you could mistype something like that. I don't understand how you can write Kong instead of Kiera. How did you mistype that?
I was typing. To be honest, I type really fast. I don't double check when I'm typing really fast.
So let me ask you a question, Dr. Sharon. Do you double check when you're in the hospital, or you just carry on? And I know that's a rhetorical question. You have to double check. Tasha, you're in the medical field too, yeah. Do you double check anything, Tasha, or you just carry on? What's up, Georgia? What's up? From me a little pitney, me know so you have to double check. How me know? It's so funny. Georgia stepping at the right time. Georgia's mom used to work at by childhood doctor's office. And everything is checked. You know that. When I used to go to my aunt's pharmacy, everything is checked, triple check. Go ahead, Dr. Sharon. Can the people you make me dark, ignorant, and fool you know?
Yeah, yes, you have to double check and you have to have actually 2 correct identifying factors. Yeah, because then the lab is going to kick back the specimen. They're not going to process it. You have to send them the specimen with the correct identifying factors. So, and things usually match up, like her insurance card, right? Her medical insurance, the spelling on her name, and date of birth on that. You know, yeah, you have to double, but that's blatantly racist. That's not even a mistake. That's a deliberate act.
I would never go back to that doctor's office.
Nope.
Never. Never. And you know, the unfortunate thing, sometimes if you have insurance, depending on the type of insurance that you get through your job, if you're in network, that's what you can afford. Sometimes you're limited in terms of location, all sorts of factors. You don't always have the privilege or the opportunity to select who you want, or there are constraints sometimes. And this is what she has to do. How long have they been doing this? Long time. Mega say a long time. Yes, 80.
That person need to be fired. That's the medical assistant. I label that. They need to be terminated.
But Dr. Sharon, my concern is, and AT here is agreeing on YouTube. AT says the whole office is in cahoots, or she wouldn't have felt that comfortable to write it. Me can tell you, sir, they were laughing in the background.
Yeah, but my question is, how do you label a specimen like that? Where do they think they were going to send it?
Where the hey, they said nothing over friend. Then people know who to play with.
Yeah, it's not right.
That's racist. That is racist behavior. And your ass got caught. Where were we? People them aggravate the spirit.
We have some big news right now. A video posted by Elon Musk's super PAC is raising significant legal alarms as a woman is depicted in the video saying that she followed Elon Musk's instructions to a T. She voted, and now she's $1 million richer. Watch this.
My name is Ekaterina Diesler. I'm from Green Bay, Wisconsin. I did exactly what Elon Musk told everyone to do. Sign a petition, refer friends and family, vote, and now I have $1 million.
Now, before I continue, TikTok could be banned in just 5 or 6 days, so be sure to follow me on my Instagram, Substack, and YouTube. They're all linked in my bio. This video is causing significant concern online among legal experts, given the fact that it is illegal to pay someone for a vote. I'm not saying that's what happened here, but I'm saying that the video shows a woman saying that she did everything that Elon Musk asked her to, from getting out the vote to voting, and now she's $1 million richer. And it's exactly what Wisconsin Attorney General Josh Kaul wanted to stop by filing a lawsuit with the Wisconsin courts. More people need to see this. As always, follow along, stay up to date on all the news you need to know about. More to come, I'm sure, soon.
The whole Republican Party don't have an issue with that? No? Nobody in the Republican Party had any concerns that people are being paid $1 million to cast a vote as it relates to a judge because they don't like what the judge has to say? Next. Next. Let me keep it moving. Next. It is 13 minutes after the top of the hour. Thank you for coming to Coffee here on YouTube and on TikTok. I appreciate all of you. Thank you to our listeners on QMZRadio.com, JanoRadio.com, MadMusicHouse.com. Coffee and Joe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. For a natural, beautiful you, head on over to LormelSkinFood.com. That's LAURMEL. Also brought to you in part by Grant Coffee House. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products when you get to www.grantcoffeehouse.com. At checkout, use the code COFFEEINTO20. Again, enjoy 20% off all coffee products. All right, we don't have any business news for you, but for health and science news, which is brought to you by Lormel Skin Food, Caribbean nations unite to eliminate mother-to-child transmission of infectious diseases. This article, courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. 15 Caribbean nations have joined forces in a major public health initiative aimed at eliminating mother-to-child transmission of diseases such as HIV, syphilis, hepatitis B, and Chagas disease. The project, funded by the India United Nations Development Partnership Fund and implemented by the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, seeks to strengthen the elimination of mother-to-child transmission, plus framework within maternal and child health services across the region. Despite significant progress in reducing mother-to-child transmission of HIV and syphilis, challenges do remain. The global target is to lower HIV transmission rates to 2% or less. But in some regions, there is a continuation to exceed this benchmark. Similarly, while efforts to eliminate congenital syphilis in the Caribbean have made strides, some countries report rates as high as 1.8 cases per 1,000 live births, well above the global elimination goal of 0.5 cases per 1,000 live births. So, a core component of the initiative involves bolstering maternal and child health services. I'm sorry about that. A core component of the initiative involves bolstering maternal and child health services through improved leadership, diagnostic capabilities, and surveillance systems. Knowledge sharing is also a key focus, fostering a regional community of practice where countries can exchange successes, challenges, and innovations. The project will enhance elimination efforts among 15 Caribbean countries, ensuring the right of every child to be born and to remain free of HIV, syphilis, and other perinatally transmitted infections. That's according to Dr. Julio Sabido, who is Chief Executive Officer of Belize's Ministry of Health and Wellness, which successfully submitted the project on behalf of CARICOM and CARICOM member states. All right. So this is only made possible through research, science, the continuation of the efforts to have as healthy a region as possible. Go right ahead, Adesoji.
Have you checked in with what does it say?
Are we talking about silkworms or just regular earthworms? I don't know which one. Welcome to the stage, Popsicle. You are a hot mess, Adesoji. Hot mess. Hot mess. And that was our science and news story brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to LormelSkinFood.com for a natural, beautiful you. And now, people, crowd, this need crowd, me begging to do. Come on my veranda, make we talk. Today we're talking about parthenogenesis. Is it possible in a woman? Let's go ahead and take a listen. All right.
Woman was not created to be penetrated by a male. Let me say it again to you so you may comprehend, you might get it in your head. Woman, which is the first woman, was not created to be penetrated by a male. Woman was created to multiply and fill this earth. And they was self-sufficient in doing that. How is that, you may ask? Within a woman's reproductive system, she has something that is called the hymen. In modern days, they say the hymen, it is for no use. It was put there by the Creator for no apparent reason. But I come to make clear to you why the hymen was put there. The hymen was put there as a last link, as a protector to prevent penetration and to prevent fluids from leaving the vagina. Let me say it again to you. The hymen was put within the woman's reproductive system to prevent penetration and to protect anything, any fluids from leaving the vagina. Now, the hymen is created as a last link. So if it is penetrated, it will be broken and damage it forever. Now, if something coming from the inside out, it will stretch and expand, which is the correct way it's supposed to be used. This is why I said to you, male was never supposed to penetrate a woman. This is why they call it virginity. They take away their virginity, which is the way of saying, they take away the way of self-reproducing. That's what they did when men actually penetrate women. Okay? They take away the capability of self-reproduction. Let me say it again to you, of self-reproduction. But let me go to this hymen a little bit more. The hymen is the one that protects the sperm, which is the lubricating substance that comes from the Bartholin gland upon ovulation. The sperm that comes from the Bartholin gland when ovulation happens within a woman. Okay, that means the seed is actually in the uterus. When this is released, the hymen direct the sperm cells to the cervix into the uterus. So the sperm cannot go outside. The sperm stays inside. Okay? The hymen is elastic, and we know that. So when the baby comes, it goes back in place. Okay? That's how the Immaculate Conception is supposed to happen. That's how women reproduce within themselves. Okay? It takes the hymen and it takes the Bartholin gland. Okay? That's what it takes. And now make sure that you subscribe to my YouTube channel and make sure you get the Book of Blackness. Do not forget the Book of Blackness, because all this information I'm giving to you is in the Book of Blackness, making clear that guess what? This is a natural thing for the woman to reproduce on her own, and still today it can. But this information was hidden for all these years and make you believe that female cannot reproduce on their own. It needs male.
Dr. Sharon, come through, Dr. Sharon, because only you can respond to this. Go on, Dr. Sharon.
I can't. Listen, Moment sent me this yesterday and I lost brain cells.
I
This is not
lose them alone. I need company. Mr. Love company. And me alone, I got feel full and done.
What? I think I was in the back of the class. I missed something. Did he?
No,
say?
you did not.
I didn't. I didn't
You
miss
didn't.
anything.
You did not. You didn't miss anything. No,
That hurt
ma'am.
me. That hurt me.
Yeah, no, ma'am. You didn't miss anything. Everything he says is completely false, and I don't think I need to be up here saying that. I think everyone actually really know that. How does a woman self-reproduce? Right? We don't. And he mentioned something about Bartholin gland. The Bartholin gland is it's a small gland, like near the opening, near the introitus, the opening of the vagina, and it's basically what it's for vaginal lubrication. So the glands open into the vagina itself. I can't even remember whatever dumb crap he said about that. But yeah, that's nothing he says there actually have any validity. Nothing. So just I can't take back my time. I need to reclaim it. How do I get this back? Because this and people will listen to this dumb crap.
Yes, Dr.
That
Sharon.
is true. It's not.
Hold on, Dr. I'm glad you said that, Dr. Sharon. Hold on, Mr. President. Hold it there. Because I went into the chat. I went into the comments. Julie, a woman, says exactly. The feminine energy is for creating and multiplying. Look at Mother Earth. We are self-sufficient. Somebody else says, Parthenogenesis has returned to the true womb man. All praise to the Most High. Another one said, so is this what Parthenogenesis is? The person who created the video said yes. Somebody said, can't educate everyone. I just saw another video about this. I am so glad the subject is in conversations. Another woman. Kaya says, so if the hymen, not hyman, if the hymen was put there to prevent fluid from coming out, how does menstruation happen? How do you explain that? I didn't even click to see his response. Somebody said, when your knowledge goes, another woman says, when your knowledge goes deeper than others, they will discredit you before they will do any research. This is why our ancestors told us to seek knowledge. And as you scroll through, you see so many women making comments agreeing with this buffoon. You know, I am convinced it was Adam who tell Eve Finiam the apple not now gotten to her. I never Eve tell Adam nothing. Because of the snake tell Eve. Me not believe that story they know. The man turned the woman them in a idiot to rat it in the chat. I'm sorry, in the comments. He turned. So if a man is not supposed to penetrate a woman, why am I supposed to penetrate? So listen, ladies, this song about dongina and dongina, una get that out on the head. All them things that get them things out on the head. We have been doing it wrong all this time. We've been doing it wrong all this time.
The bro just wants to create a cult. Bro is starving.
I'm sorry to tell you, Dr. Shah. You know what? Let me say this before I even said this to Dr. Shah. I'm glad I dropped out. I didn't make it all the way to med school. I'm glad I dropped out. I really am glad. It wasn't really by choice. It was, forced. I'm glad I dropped out because clearly I would have wasted my time. I would have wasted my time. I would have spent years wasting my time because here this man just set it the record straight. Man, not forgot in a woman. Well, now go. Want to move for yourself with that? I knew it.
Oh, he doesn't go into a woman. He doesn't go into a woman.
So then are you telling me I wasted my time?
Yes, you waste your time, Dr. Sharon. You waste your years at med school. All them student loan there, I'm sorry to tell you, was a waste of money.
Oh my goodness. I don't understand how people come up with this foolishness. I don't get it.
Instead the hymen will stretch.
Moments, next time say you're talking about an amoeba, so we know where we follow it. Okay?
Right?
When I sent the video to Dr. Sharon, I said, please tell me I did not just lose brain cells. No, everybody are going to the gully with me. All of we are going to the gully together. One fool shall make many. The man knows more than you, Dr. Sharon, and he knows more than all the gynecologists out there, all the obstetricians. He knows way more than Uno. So from now on, Uno galangada man school making ton on an idiot. And what gets me is how dumb these women are. Yes, y'all are dumb as a doorknob to be supporting this man and his foolishness.
They're not dumb. They're not dumb. They want attention, and if he gives them the attention, then they've earned something. So that's what it is. So they're gonna rub off against each other. Excuse the pun, but
where's that sales in the rose going go? Sales in toys going go because now women are going to say, see, me no need no man. Me tell us me never need no man for a long time. What can a man do for me?
All right. Well, let me see you produce by yourself and show me how that work out for you.
Thank you. Because to this point, he still has. How does it happen? How? So to any woman who wants to sit there, I don't need a man and start doing that, then okay, fine. Self-reproduce. If you believe you can self-reproduce. Some people think they're dogs. Some men think they're toddlers. If you feel you can self-reproduce, go ahead.
So I didn't know we were crayfish or snakes or Komodo dragons or sharks or some plants. I thought we were human beings.
or whales.
Hey, man, tell you something now. May I agree with you just with Jared. Jared said, I shall continue to be wrong. Yes. Come to me.
What? What? How do I want to hear that? Okay.
So people gonna tell my husband no, say, whoops, back up, friend. You're not made to go there. So if you put him, what if you send him?
Ask him if he's not penetrating women, what is he penetrating?
And that me want to know what him.
That's the question I asked that earlier. What is he doing?
And it's a Rasta man too, you know.
Here we go, God. And I don't want nobody.
Everybody locks in their ass style.
Exactly.
Everybody that locks in their ass.
Not a Rasta because it is not a real Rasta. Which part think about? Somebody that can tell me then what the man them for do with them bamboo.
Can you send me his information? I have a lot of questions for him. And being that I am an interviewer, I want to interview him. I want to know what he does with his thing. That's my only question. And when he can answer that, I'm convinced.
You must say baggy up, tie up, wrap it up, chop it up. Me no know. He probably not have nothing. Or it's not enough, and because of his misery, he wants to carry other people down this path of crazy. Because yes, it is a fact. Shut up, woman. Shut up. Oh, not all men of color are well endowed. Let me put it that way. So probably he's one of the unfortunate few.
Probably don't even know what to do with it.
Yeah. You know.
Moments, I have to give a credit though. You actually listened to the entire video. I can't see how I can sit through an entire video like that to the end. That is the truth.
I know, say he's live on TikTok right now. I'm live on TikTok right now, I know.
And he will get a lot of views.
You know, me go fast as how much. Hold on, me go fast as.
I couldn't make it. I couldn't make it to the whole video.
Oh, them say me can't go on it because me live in my own space. But the man live right now on TikTok. Me jumping on it because me never hear them sitting here yet from me band to blouse and skirt. The man have 397,000 likes on the video. Let's look up this man because clearly, I don't know.
You said thousands. You mean thousands like in 30?
397, 100 plus.
No, but you sure that was not a skit, like a comedy skit or entertainment purposes, something? Maybe you missed the part that said it was not entertainment?
And remember to his social media, he can always pay for his likes and his views. Remember that?
Why? No, I don't think he paid for those.
He never paid for them, Pops, because the man have 30,000 followers.
Why are we surprised?
Hold on there. Let me hear what that man has said. Hold it there. Hold on there.
Female produce sperms too.
My blood. Hold on there.
I couldn't hear what it is.
Produce sperms. I could tell you that. It's a woman. When you have
yeah, I understand that.
Okay, I'm saying. When you because we don't know certain things, we just don't overlook it. It's the overreaction. It's okay. No. It's about
the man that we produce
so you
sperm.
think that, like, if we become awake to this knowledge and we start to implement that with our children before they're okay, and then we can come to the
That's what happened. You think this information comes down because of no, it came because it's time. It is the creator showing himself and actually saying it's time to come back to where it was, which is the commission play. This is why the information is being released. It is the creator showing himself.
I can't do it. I can't do this. I can't. The man is having a live right now with some idiot woman sit down in there. Are you hear what the woman ask him? You hear the woman say? No, sir.
Why are we surprised though? Why are we surprised? There's a need to believe.
I need to believe from stupid people.
Lord Jesus, I can't even find the words. We have a problem. Hold on 1 second. Mr. Nemhard is asking to come up. Let me see here. Mr. Nemhard, I'm just letting you know, we are live on internet radio, live on YouTube, and as well as here on TikTok. So everything is, I can't find the words, Somebody else tell Mr. Nemhard definitely, because I can't believe this mad yesterday.
We're just being broadcast in multiple platforms, and you just have to be mindful of that.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr.
That's what happens when you lose some brain cells.
Welcome to the stage, Mr. Nemhard. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you as well. Just to be clear, are we discussing, I think, I saw something pass my feed recently where there was this gentleman who said women weren't made to be penetrated.
I just played the
Something
video.
to that effect.
I just played the video.
Okay, great. Just to get an understanding of what the discussion is about. And in my humble opinion, I think that the internet is diverse. The internet is an interesting place to be. And here's the thing. Any sort of craziness that you can think of, there will be an audience willing and able and, will actively hold on to everything that you say as if you are the savior. This may come across as startling for most people to think that someone would think this way in 2025 when medicine, science has become so advanced that certain things are beyond question anymore. This is not prehistoric times when men thought that, if you pray to the rain god, then the rain god will give you rain. It just shows that we may think that on a whole we have evolved into higher beings and whatever other term you want to use. But in reality, there are those among us who are as gullible as, 3-year-olds. And this is just, proof that there are people out there who will believe anything they see on social media. And I can guarantee you that this gentleman is making a killing. It's because of a lot of things. Maybe not any one thing in particular, but a combination of things that may lead to people believing in something like what he is saying, regardless of all the information out there, regardless of the knowledge that this is not so. One of these things is, and I believe a very minor part of it, maybe that we have people who, for the men, we have men who detest being men so much that they think that they are subhumans. And I think we have women who have been convinced so much that men are not necessary anymore in society, that these people will hold on to beliefs like this. And when someone says it, even without doing their own research, just hearing it being said. And remember, guys, there is power in words, and this is one of the things that show you power in words. Someone may have thought of it in one of the irrational times of their life. And when they hear someone come and say, women weren't made to have interactions with women in that way, with men in that way, they're like, yes, I knew it. And this man has proven it. So we discard basic biology. Yes, we do. There are people among us who will discard basic biology to enhance and to promote their ideology. And one of the ideologies going around, as I mentioned earlier, is let's see how best we can show the world that the masculine aspect of humanity is degenerate. There is nothing positive that comes from anything male. Let's see how far we can push this. It's a sad reality. It's a reality just the same.
Thank you for that, Mr. Nemard. And how do we counter this ignorance? Because that's exactly what it is.
we counter this ignorance by having discussions like these, where people who, and the thing is, there are more people with what we here in my country call common sense than there are people who are maybe missing a few brain cells. The challenge is, we, the people who have common sense, we assume that everybody else is like us.
That's the problem.
Yes. And the thing is, those who have missed a few brain cells, they are at a point where they're saying, I want my story to be heard. So they are more likely to go on social media and shout it on the top of the hills. Whereas we who assume that, yeah, man, I mean, it's common, we would say it's common sense, we were made this way. The Father, in his infinite knowledge and wisdom, has decided that for the world to propagate with human beings, we need a male and we need a female. But once again, there are those who have these kind of beliefs, who throw it out there wide to the world. For example, when you search social media, you would believe that every woman is a gold digger who is a no good person. And every man is, fill the negative connotation here. However, it is because these are the people who see it in their interest to be loudest. And the loudest isn't the most rational many times. So it's about having conversations like these to reinforce among the people who may be saying, it may pop up in their brain and say, you know what, I think the hymen was for X or Y because that man said, who begin to have second thoughts, to reinforce it to people with common sense that, look, what you're hearing is irrational, what you're hearing is 100% not true, what you're hearing has been proved by biology. You know where biology stands, you know where the Bible stands, you know where science stands. We have every way of proving a point has proven the point, a particular way. So when you go outside of the boundaries of rational thought, you are in another space where you can expect to hear anything. It's just having conversations like these.
Boy, Mr. Nemhard, and the sad part about the whole situation is, yes, we're having these conversations, and the unfortunate part about it is that we're having them with like-minded people, but the people who need to hear it now hear it.
Yes. And that can come across as, that can, for want of a better term, that can really rub you the wrong way. Is it a case of how do we package the message? How do we present the message? Or even is something as basic as that a message that we should be going over and teaching biology over again?
Well, apparently we have to. As you're saying that, how do we package the message? Where's Niece? I didn't see Niece. Was Niece here this morning? Because when we spoke last week about the whole issue as it relates to the Democrats and the messaging and hey Niece, all right. So I remember Niece saying a part of the issue, and Niece, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I remember you saying a part of the issue with the Democrats, with Kamala Harris, was the messaging, right? It was not connecting. She should have been more simple with the messaging. My question is, with that being said, and thinking about that, how can we make it as simple as possible, as effective as possible, for people to understand that biology is, the research is done, the science is there, it has been proven. We have to do away with the misinformation. How do we now simplified for them to understand, hey, you're being misinformed. Here is the truth.
Well, that will be a big challenge. And the reason I say it's a challenge is because if you open your mind to beliefs like what is being presented by this brother, once you open the door to invite such beliefs into your mental space, you may have lost already. Once you have even thought about it to say, because when it came up on my feed, I watched it I didn't watch the entirety of it, right? Because where I was coming from was he is saying a particular thing, so the impact, that knee-jerk reaction, that it's a natural human, it's natural for us to react to, let's say, something when it's flamboyant, when it's out there, and it's provocative. So it came across as provocative at first. Now I was listening to hear, okay, so he got my interest with a provocative topic. Now, is he trolling, or will he provide something that makes sense?
Right.
So that generally is my thought process when deciding how much of a video to watch. All right. So he went into an aspect where he started to now present his proof. And once he hit on the proof, I was like, okay, that's it. Yep. So I think generally it's about people having the mental capacity to identify things that doesn't make sense. I believe that's the beginning and the ending of it. Because if in 2024 someone comes to you and says something like this and you actually believe it, then I think it speaks to, how should I say, a space within you that is not being filled. It is hitting an emptiness, a void within you, and filling that space, and that's where the danger lies.
A serious danger indeed. A serious danger indeed. Thank you, Mr. Nemard.
Yeah, definitely. But yep, trust me. I feel your pain. I feel your pain.
Can you imagine? I could have had my 4 children without ever.
But the thing is, we have to understand, this is part of a greater design. And the greater design is to divide us, man from woman. The design of the Father was to put us together. And he showed, for people who are biblically inclined, he showed how we should come together and what's the benefit of us coming together. Now we have had a new way of thinking where we are being told now that let's put that divide between man and woman, and whatever we can use to put that divide, whether we can say, okay, independent ladies don't need no man, or we can say men go in their own way. Whatever you want to use, just put the divide, But then the question is, if the plan is to make a divide between men and women, what then would be the positive outcome for whom? Who stands to benefit from men and women dividing? Men live in the North Pole, women live in the South Pole.
Yeah.
Who stands to benefit? And that is the bigger question we may need to ask ourselves.
As you're talking about the bigger question that women need to ask themselves, my question for this man who is speaking, what happened? When did he fall off the truck? Because he fell off at some point. And I'm thinking there is a psychological issue at play. And I may be wrong, but who was he interacting with? What led him to think that a woman can impregnate herself? To be bold enough to come on social media to preach this and to garner 30,000 followers, a vast majority of whom are women, to have women saying, yes, them believe this, them agree, this must be it, right? To want to validate his thought process. Where did things go wrong for him? Something traumatic must have happened. I can't believe that someone would just get up and pull this out of thin air and say a woman doesn't need a man to get pregnant. She can get pregnant through parthenogenesis. A woman can impregnate herself.
You know, I don't see anything wrong with him. I blame the people that believe the nonsense he's saying. Because there's a need to believe. And of course, there is this superiority complex where, you know, a lot of women think they're superior to men. So hearing now that they don't actually need a man is actually a good thing to them.
No, they're idiot. Point blank being. No, I mean, and I agree. The people who are listening to this, who actually really believe this, there's something wrong with them too. There's something, maybe not. I shouldn't use the word wrong. There's some disconnect, right? To think that women can have self-reproduction, because if we could, we would have been doing that, right? Like, this is basic biology. We're not doing genetics. We're not doing biochemistry. We're not on a cellular level, you know, like basic biology, basic. And what we can't. We learned this. This is even grade school. When you talk about the tadpoles and the egg.
Yep, that's true. I mean, and you know, you both made great comments just now. I tell you why. At some point, the onus is on the preacher, and at some point as well, the onus is on the congregation. Now, if you can have a big congregation who believes, you remember, for example, Pop Skull, you would remember a couple years ago when we had this big thing in Jamaica where the pastor was doing, his congregation was doing some really serious ritual stuff.
Yes, yes.
That's the one in Montego Bay?
Yes.
Yes. Right? Now, if we can have people believe something like that, where you are instructed to do some heinous acts, right? In the hopes of making your way into heaven or whatever the case may be, that goes back to concrete what I was saying just now. The mind can
stick a
be...
pin right there. Stick a pin right there. Let me say this before, because we have to get off internet radio, and then the conversation continues on YouTube and TikTok. But let me say this real quick. What usually, for people who follow people like these, what's the socioeconomic background looking like? What's their financial status? Usually, 9 times out of 10.
For people who follow these people, for the most part, it's generally the poor people. Generally poor people out there. And I get what you're going with this, because there is generally sometimes the hope of some financial gain. Because remember, you know, some of the biggest churches they have now, they have a term for them. They call them, what you call the witchness church, or they have a name for them, wherein once you enter this church, prosperity. The prosperity doctrine that normally gets a hold of these people and encourage them to do some things that it's not even funny. Right? So, I mean, it just shows, as I mentioned earlier, the mind is something that you have to guard so preciously. You cannot, even on social media, you don't go into every live, you don't watch everything you see. because the things that you give your energy to is a thing that you're giving a stronghold, a foothold in your psyche, in your conscience, and it is going to affect you in some way.
All right, I got to cut you right there, Mr. President. We do have to, I'm sorry, Mr. Neymar, thank you for the time check, Mr. President. And Ja, let me go ahead and wrap up on air, and we'll be right back to continue the conversation. I want to say thank you to everyone listening on QMZradio.com. For quality music while you work or play, keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com for that good music to get you through your day. To everyone listening on JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station. Don't forget to download the Jano Radio app, JAHKNO, Jano Radio. Take us on the go. And our listeners on madmusichouse.com for any genre, anytime. We will be back with you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, for another episode of Coffee in Tow, World News on the Go. We invite you to join us on YouTube Live or on TikTok. Hop on over and let's continue with the vibe. Till then, have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Walk good. I'll be right back with you, YouTube and TikTok. Hang tight. All right, we are officially off the air. Thank you so much for your patience. And I know I cut you. I had to interject, Mr. Nemhard. But yeah, Mr. President, you had wanted to say something too, no? Or was that me?
No, I just want to say this guy is an idiot, period. I didn't want to expound on it. He's just an idiot. And I don't even understand. As I said when you played the clip, I could not listen to that entire clip if I was listening to it on my own. As a matter of fact, about 10 seconds into it, I shut down. I was not even listening to anything you were saying because it couldn't make any sense to me.
But okay, so we went on the live. I found him on the live, right? And how weird it was to step in at the moment to hear a mother with young children, apparently, and I would assume she has a daughter, if not more than one. She's ready to impart that information to her children. Now, picture this, you and me. Where's my scattering on the head? Get to it, man. Get to it. But picture this. She's going to indoctrinate her children. They're going to go to school. They're going to learn biology. Integrate, because it's also covered, even if they don't do biology. Let us say they get to grade 9 if they're in high school in Jamaica, right? So 7, 8, and 9, you do integrated science. Come 10 and 11, come grade 10, you choose if you want to do biology as a part of your core, right? If you're going into the sciences. So you do learn it in integrated science. Yes, reproductive education. You do learn it in integrated science. So they're going to go to school and they're going to be taught the facts. And then they're going to go home to their mother and say, but mommy, this is what we were taught. The same mother was taught the same thing, If the mother did go to school at Jamaica, she learned the same thing, unless she wasn't paying attention. She learned the same thing. So now they're going to go home and say, mommy, but hold on a second. What you are telling us does not align with what we're learning in school. And then the children are going to grow up and say, let's say the daughter say, oh, I want children. The daughter meet a man. I just told the man, no, you cannot penetrate me. You cannot penetrate me. I was not made to be penetrated. I'm not supposed to be penetrated. You're not supposed to enter me at all. But I'm going to give you children because I can impregnate myself. And she got on 50 and no pitness still not come. She got on 60 waiting for the self impregnation, and it not gonna happen. What the mama got tell her at that point? Go right idea, Dr.
Well, maybe it's self-impregnation with a turkey baster, and I yield.
Oh, forgot about that. Because you see, people like him also go and make sure, tell them, say, try not go get no IVF either, you know. Don't even think about getting in vitro fertilization done. He's going to make sure that message gets sent. Because outside of the natural way of things happening, there is artificial insemination. But he's going to see to it that they don't go that route, because he's going to convince them that they can impregnate themselves. They don't need the sperm. That is what we tapped into. They don't need a man's sperm to fertilize their egg. They can fertilize themselves, because we heard him say it on his live, we the women have sperm.
Hello.
We're gonna look for man. Hold on.
So here's the thing though, and a lot of people can maybe speak to experiences similar to this, where let's say a man has two daughters, one is sheltered and the other one is like a tomboy, and then when they grow up, the first one to have a child is the one that was sheltered, and the tomboy one still I run up and down with boy, still I have them fun. The thing about it is that what's going to happen is sometimes nature has a way of taking charge of all your indoctrination that you put inside the child, for example, in this person's case. Because it is like natural for the child after reaching a particular age to want to be in the company of males. And having wrong information like this is going to prove potentially disastrous for this young lady. When she begins to have the urge around the men, for example, right? And emotions and nature takes over. She has no information, no guardrails were put up for her. There was nothing, no instructions passed on to her to say, if you are in this position with a man that you love, here are the things that you need to do. She is basically thrown off the boat in the sea of sharks and expected to swim with no previous training. So that child is going to be at a loss out there in the cold, brutal world that we're living in. She is going to go out there with a dangerous handicap. So she is the one who is going to feel the brunt of this misinformation, the lies that have been told and propagated by the person that was supposed to be her first protector. He is not protecting her.
Between Marvin Sapp and this Emmanuel, go ahead, Mr. President.
Okay, moments. Okay, let's say for argument's sake, hypothetically, we go with the argument.
Here comes you with it. Go ahead.
What is the role of the man in the reproductive cycle? Where does the man fit into the reproductive cycle? And where does the man fit into society as we know it? Or are we alien? Because the man has to have a role. Whether we like it or not, there has to be a role defined for the man based on the laws of whatever you're trying to explain. Because the man is here, he's existing, so he's not an inanimate object. So if we were to entertain the ideologies, what is the role of the man in the reproductive cycles?
No, I'm not going to lie to you. This one stunned me. Me no know. Me shock. I'm still in shock. I'm trying to recover. My brain cells are fried. Go ahead, Mr. Neymar. At this point, I'm just posting. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Neymar. Go ahead. Your mic open. Go right ahead. I don't know. I'm concerned. I have sincere concerns, right? Sincere concerns because poor people who are not tired. You can't. Hold it, girl. Hold it. Certain things you can't say. Who are not tired for people taking a feed yet? Aren't you tired of being led astray? You can't carry them things that go to people with money, you know. You cannot take these type of conversations to people who are educated, who have a sound financial background. They're around you. It's always poor people being taken advantage of. We are in a state of desperation. And that desperation causes us to be gullible, easily led astray. We're so desperate that we are not even taking the time to do our own research, to ask questions. No, we just sit down there with our mouth wide open and say, pouring on me, pouring on me, pouring on me, and we drink. We lack the ability to think, to reason, to process. What is wrong with us?
Imagine what will happen moments. In a few years from now, if we continue on the trajectory of gutting the education system, of trivializing education, and imagine with these kind of ideas out there on social media, what kind of, if today you could get 300,000 followers or likes for a video like that, imagine what happens a couple of years from now if we continue on the trajectory.
Can I ask a question? I need to ask Dr. Hold on one second, Mr. Neymar. I need to ask Dr. Sharon a question. Because somebody put in the comments, right? I did hear that the hymen can repair itself with enough time without penetration. And it makes sense to me as the body is that intelligent.
Jewel, no, it does not. Right, the hymen actually becomes thinner over time. You can actually lose your hymen without intercourse, right? You can lose your hymen with physical activity, like someone who runs track, rides a horse, right? So having a hymen does not indicate whether you are active at all, as some people try to make it seem as only active individuals don't have a hymen. Okay? Yes, and it doesn't repair itself. Right? But he should, you know what? I don't know. There's so much talking in that video. So my question is, what would he say to an imperforate hymen, right? If it's there to keep fluid in, well, women have a cycle. What's the function of the menstrual cycle? Because what happens when you have an imperforate hymen and someone starts your cycle and then that backs right up into the uterus in the abdominal cavity? He just doesn't make sense on any just basic biology. And I'm like, well, maybe we mutated, maybe anatomy change, something? Because this is just craziness, and people over there lapping it up.
That's the sad.
That's actually what is the disturbing part. That's the disturbing part. Help us, dear Jesus.
Yep, it is serious. Trust me, it is serious. And I think, because I still believe that at some level, and this goes back to maybe some level of naivety on my part to think that most people is rational thinking, right? So at some level, I still believe that this is like a quick money grab, make some money, see if we can make a money off of the whole TikTok thing, but you have to come up with some, and you literally sit down and come up with something that is so dramatic that you have to get some form of response. Because what they have said, to make it on social media, you have to choose a topic and stick with that. It's best if you make it controversial. Choose a controversial topic and just lay into it. The people who want to hear and believe you are going to pay attention, they're going to listen. On the other side, the people who are opposite to what you are saying is going to be so triggered by it that they are also coming to join your live. And in any case, you are getting interactions, which is what drives social media. So the people who hate it are going to come in, and the people who love it are going to come in. And either way, you're going to get interactions.
Boy, Mr. Nemard, I understand what you're saying, and I totally agree with what you're saying. But there are some of us who refuse to feed into nonsense just for taps and roses, money gone, all the foolishness to get some kind of recognition. We are so desperate that we will do anything.
It's because I will tell you this. It is money over morals.
Oh, Jesus.
We have to come to that understanding that money trumps morals in the world every day. So it don't matter what you're saying, if it brings in money, there will be a way to justify it. So that's where we are. Money beats morals every day.
And Mr. Nemard, me will take time build my thing one at a time, because that is not what I'm going to give up. I'm not going to give up my morals for $1. I'm not doing it. I refuse to do it. I refuse to follow. And that's the problem. We have so many followers. Nobody has the capacity to think. When you scroll through social media, some of what I see is rather disturbing. Very disturbing. And everybody being told, do this, do that, do this, do that. Gee, it's like a hell of a book of things they want you to do. And people are bending over backwards, doing everything that is suggested. They have lost themselves. And I am very careful about I'm very careful about the spaces I go into. The people that I support on a regular basis. I'm very careful about that. Because as you mentioned earlier, you have to be cautious with what you allow yourself to be consumed with. Right? We have to be cautious. Dr.
100%.
Keisha, I see you made it. Dr. Shine, I'm going to mute your mic there. Dr. Keisha, you made it up here. We were talking.
Wait, hold on.
Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't realize I left my mic open. But anyway, I sent it to Dr. Keisha last night, so she already lost a few brains. I can't be over here miserable by myself.
I thought I sent it to her too. Dr. Keisha, I thought I sent it to you too.
Girl,
Y'all sending me this nonsense. Oh my God.
And these are not TikTok doctors, people. These are real doctors. Dr. Sharon is a board certified OBGYN. Dr. Keisha is a pathologist, twice certified, winner of the PFL.
Three times.
Three times. Three times. Okay.
So man, I mean, it's
These men think they doctors of bodies, Lord.
oh boy.
My heart pains for the woman, especially the women who are following this man, and this man leading them down the path of crazy. This
And the,
go ahead.
and the sad part is, a lot of women that would follow and take heed to information like this, misinformation like this, they themselves maybe have something that happened in their past that opens them up to this type of ideology. Maybe men have handled them rough in the past. Maybe they are convinced that no good man not there on road, and every man is a predator. Every man is out to get them, and it would be best if we never have man, none at all, right? So it is understandable that women are in pain. A lot of women have given up, but this on the part of this gentleman, he's just exploiting the pain of these women and feeding into something that this is not the way to bring them back into a situation where they can make themselves into wives for a future husband. They are being pushed into a corner more and more where they are now going to believe, see there, a true, made it no long time we don't need a dirty sitting when they're man. Right? See that this man come prove it for we. Right? So it is a net negative outcome for the group of people that will be taking heed to his words, taking heed to his philosophy. And it will be a net negative for the men now who are upstanding men who just looking for a good woman. Because this can cause a lot of good women to turn resentful, poisonous, toxic women. And that's not the intention. Because as I mentioned, for people who are biblically inclined, the Father showed us the way. The Father showed us the outcome of following a particular way. So now trying to reinvent the wheel to say our women have mutated to such a level that they no longer need the male presence for offspring.
Mr. Let me read two more comments. Rebecca says, this is highly intelligent in understanding parthenogenesis. Another comment from Trinity Trish. Where were you 22 years ago? It's too late for me.
Wow.
Damn.
We have some serious psychological issues going on here now. This now has moved from biology to psychology.
Yes.
We need a psychologist in the building. There is a psychological issue at hand. This woman said, where were you 22 years ago? It is too late for me. So what she's saying is she regrets having had any intercourse with a man because she could have kept her virginity and would still have been able to have a child because she could have impregnated herself because she produces sperm. And that's just saying that is what she is upholding.
We have to bear in mind, people probably troll in the comment, So we can't take these comments so serious, just like we can't take the presenter.
No, there might be people that believe she have a broken heart next to her.
Oh, so okay. Well, she's still a woman, so I guess she could still do it. Based on the theory. So so in all this, how much years we on Earth? We haven't had a single case of a woman just use this, whatever they is talking about, to have a child, except Christ? We don't have no example, you know. And this is the normal course of business. Anyhow, let me not comment on this here more.
Oh,
I think we have to stop commenting on this nonsense.
The psychology is the problem now. We have to address the psyche. It's off. I mean, for people to be so gullible and easily led astray. You know who's talking? Go ahead, Mr. Tabar, before I go on to the next one that I want to talk about. Go ahead.
No, you can go ahead, man. I just came back to my office.
So you all saw the video that Ricky Smiley put out? Did you all see that one? Right there. Let me put it. And the reason I'm bringing it up, because in essence is the essence of it is he's supporting. Yes, he is supporting. What am I name? Sap. Okay. Most of us here on the platform, we are people of color, right? We're people of color. So me not misconstrue not what the man say. Me understand what the man say when him say close the doors. I said close the doors. And the way he repeated himself, it was a clear directive. Nobody now left ya. We're not leaving. So have a seat because I need to get my money. I need my $40,000. And Ricky Smiley is defending it. And I find that rather disturbing. Where is the video? Where is the video? Because I pinned it. Hold on. Wait. Lord, so many things to say right now. But you wanted to say something, Mr. Never put your mic open because
Okay, let me close that.
Okay, thank you. Hold on, let me see if I can find it back. Because some serious things, we're living in some trying times, some troubling times, some very concerning times. Oh, geez, how you spell? Oh, wrong keyboard, sorry. Ricky Smiley, Marvin Sapp. Okay, here it is.
What's up? I'm broadcasting live from Disney. We talked about this morning. Mark Sapp is coming on the show. How are you? Oh, thank you so much. I think my father was gonna make jokes about it, but I appreciate it. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. I know y'all gonna crack on my shirt. I want to say this, and just tell you why this bothered me. I understand everybody have an opinion on tithes and offering and how it was done. One thing I hate,
he's walking outside and there's a lot of wind.
I hate lies and I hate liars. Damn well that man didn't say nothing about lock. I said close them doors. Ushers, close the doors. Close the doors. Close the doors. The word lock means don't let in, don't let out. Close means you can go out if you want. The pastor asks you not to go out. And if you choose to go out, you can go out. Or if you snatch the door and the ushers at the door, you can go in. Okay? Y'all told a damn lie. You love to tear people down by lying on them and without clear context. Nobody from that church or that was in that congregation complained. And every pastor that I seen her talk to didn't have no issue with it. You took one clip and made whatever you wanted to make out of, which was a damn lie. Because lock is kidnap. Close the door. And let me say this right here. And I said this on the radio show.
This is what I said on the radio show. Stop lying on people. Stop telling. Look at all the blogs and all of the stories talking about. He said lock the door. He didn't say no damn lock. And you're a lie. You're a lying a dog. And you're a dog for lying. I'm gonna follow y'all. I said you're a lie and you're a dog. And you just lied. I'm locking the door and closing the door. And let me add this. There are certain part of the church service that is sacred, where the doors are supposed to be closed. Tithes and offering, when someone is praying, when the pastor is taking his text, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, during a baptismal, but there are certain parts of the church service that's, sorry about that. There are certain parts of the church service that is sacred. And the doors are supposed to be closed. Hey, shout out to Al. Y'all welcome Alfreda's to the morning show.
Hi.
Isn't she cute?
Oh, look at my little Mickey hat.
Hey, what would you, when I leave there, are y'all going, what park y'all going to?
Hollywood, Epcot.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay, text me.
Okay.
Text me. Okay. A certain part of the show is sacred. Period. That's why the ushers don't let you in when they're praying. And probably when he was saying that, the doors was open and people were going in and out, and he was trying to make a point. Period, point blank. Don't tear him down. Because let me tell you something. There's a lot of us benefit off of ministry. If it weren't for ministry, I wouldn't be where I am. Don't try to tear down ministry. It's a lot of people out here doing the right thing and doing ministry the right way. I've seen people get their bills paid and have things done for them and raise money for clothes and food for people that did not have food and certain things in the name of ministry. John P. Key built a church on the same corner that he used to sell drugs on. And he has changed lives. John P. Key has helped me in ministry. If it weren't for ministry, my mind would be gone right now, because a lot of people put together to help me in my time of grief and sorrow. So don't tear down ministry. I'm in ministry. And ministry do some good things. In order for ministry to work, or whatever, in order for ministry to work, you have to raise money. If ministry ain't free, how you gonna get the clothes? Where the clothes gonna come from? Where the food gonna come from? Where the resources gonna come from? Marvin Sapp don't need money. Marvin Sapp is an author. Marvin Sapp got hit records that he can live off for the rest of his life. He got #1 hits and awards and everything. He don't need no $40,000. Marvin Sapp don't need no $40,000. And that wasn't even for his church. That was for his ministry. You know what I'm saying? Whatever your take is on him raising money or whatever, that's one thing. But don't do that. Don't lie. He never said lock the doors. He said close the door. And see, when you take lock and close, and that becomes the crux of the matter. You're a damn lie. You're a lie, because he didn't say lock. Thank y'all for watching.
Ricky, you sure you're in ministry? What ministry are you in, Ricky Smiley? I want to know, because you say you hate liars and you hate lies. I can understand you saying you hate lies, but a liar is a person, and every human being at some point in their life has lied for one reason or another. Liars are people who need God, who need salvation, who need to be saved, but you hate them? Okay, then. Okay.
So what about the part when he asked the congregation to come bring their phones so they can see?
Hold on,
I'm sorry, I just walked back in, so.
we got there.
I have to agree with him on one thing, though. A lot of people benefit from ministry, including him. And if it wasn't for ministry, a lot of them would be driving these expensive cars, staying in this expensive house, buying this expensive private jets. So I have to agree with him on that point. But when you try to play semantics with people with lock and close and whatever, he kidnapped the church. Don't try to sugarcoat
Even
it.
when the doors close, you can still go in and out. Please. There's so much wrong with this.
Something I'm well over time, but I have to do something quickly. Simple question. How many of you all received something from the word of the Lord tonight? Put your hands down. I'm going to try one more time. Because I've learned that every word ain't for everybody. And this word may not have been for you, and I'm good with that. I understand. But how many of y'all really received something from the word of the Lord tonight? Listen, when you study scripture, you will notice that whenever God did something in the lives of the patriarchs of old, pause, they would set up an altar, they would offer up sacrifice. That's literally how we get the covenant names of God: Jehovah Jireh, Nisi, Tiskanu.
This is a setup, folks. Pay attention. This is a setup.
On Mekadesh. We get these names, nephew, solely based on the fact that whenever God did something in word or in deed, the patriarchs of old would pause. They would set up an altar. They would offer up sacrifice. I asked each and every one of you how many of y'all received something from the word of the Lord. Everyone in this place said these words: I did. Because of your acknowledgement.
Okay, here comes the guilt trip part. Hold on, pay attention.
Of what God did in word, there is an obligation that is attached to that acknowledgement. In biblical days, they offered livestock, grain. That was a type of currency. Note, if you will, I did not say money. I said currency. There's a reason why I use the word currency, because currency has a root word. The root word is current. Current has two definitions. Current means a flow. Current in an ocean, current in a lake, current in a river.
You see what he's doing right now? He's making sure you understand and you are grasping, and you will not be inclined to walk out. Yeah, the best setup in this thing, God life. All of that.
But it also means now.
What you said, John? What you said, John?
Who is this?
Marvin Sapp.
Oh, okay.
Current events. Current events. Stuff that's happening now. This is what I feel led of God to do now. And this is what God is saying for at least 1,000 of you in the building. And this is simple. I'm not going to challenge you the way Bishop did. But I know that there's 1,000 individuals under the sound of my voice that can do what I'm about to challenge you all to do. This is simple. 1,000 people giving what I'm about to challenge will be $20,000. 1,000 people giving what I'm about to challenge you all to do will be $20,000. Now, for those of us who are on the dais, I'm taking you higher, so put it back. I'm a strong believer that leaders lead not only in time, not only in talent, but also in treasure. Leaders lead in time, talent, and treasure. I was taught a long time ago that it costs to sit up here. Y'all
I hope you all are paying attention. I hope you're all paying attention. Okay.
don't like me. Y'all don't like me. Yeah, I'm telling y'all it costs. I went upstairs today to get my license and ordination renewed. I don't mind telling you, I was 2 years behind. I had to pay $2,000 to get my ordination and my licensing renewed. I pulled out my credit card, I paid my $2,000. How in the world I'm going to preach up here and not lead by example? He asked me to give $800, went in my pocket, gave $800. Because leadership lead and they understand the cost that is involved. There's 1,000 of you, I said close them doors. Ushers, close the doors. Close the doors. Close the doors. We all gonna leave together. Y'all ain't going no place but to the restaurant. There's 1,000 of you tonight, and those that are watching, it's 1,000 that's watching online. This is a small seed. If I get 1,000 online to give this, if I get 1,000 in the sanctuary to give this, that's $40,000 tonight. I'm challenging each of you all down here to give a $20 seed. I just think $20 is a lot of money. $20, believe it or not, when my late wife, Melinda P. Sapp, was alive, was a good date. I could take her to the movies, buy a box of popcorn, get 1 soda, 2 straws. I wasn't cheap, that's swag. I was looking in her eyes, she's looking in mine. Can't do that no more. Now, everyone up here, we've all sold and seeded, but I need everyone standing up here with us, with me, to plant a seed of $100. Because again, it costs to sit up here. I got you. Let's see. So put your 20 away, preachers. That 20 wasn't for you. And this is what I need you to do. If you're giving electronically, or even if you're giving tangibly, I'm gonna have y'all come to the altar and get it, because I need to see 1,000 people moving. Bring them baskets. I want the baskets up here. I want to see the folk. Y'all start moving. Y'all can bring it right now. Come. Even if you're giving tangibly, just put your hand on take your phone and stick it on the bucket.
Before all of y'all can leave this live today, I need $20 from each and every one of you.
Not my pastor.
Can I get an amen for Sister Moments?
Whew.
I am starting my cleansing and fasting today with my church, and this would have never happened. And so I'm going to stay on the right side and refrain from saying anything, but this is a bunch of mess.
Might as well get it out before
probably
you
why
start
some
the
of them.
fasting. Get it out. Get it out.
This is why some people don't go to church.
Exactly.
But I will tell you one thing. Whoever that was speaking, like that's like listening to one of these trolls on Clubhouse talk about politics. Like he is the word. Like I'm just laughing. Like okay, I can even understand what you're saying. Mr. President and Pop Skull speak better English than you do. So I'm not listening to what you have to say about the church. And anyone that goes to church knows. I used to go to church Monday, Wednesday, Bible study. Sunday was a whole day event. And saying you're going to lock the doors, saying that the doors are closed is different than saying you're going to lock the doors. And we were never forced to put money in. Never put somebody on the spot like that. The whole church and then watching. And then I guess he forgot to mention the part where he told everybody to go to the front and he wanted to see them put the bills up there. Y'all got to stop. This is absolutely ridiculous. Marvin Sapp has lost points on me. Never could have paid it, made it. I'm not listening to you anymore. There are many other people that can do better renditions anyway. And that's where I stand with this. This is a hot mess. I love my pastor though.
Thank you, Dr. Keisha. I mean, I'm grateful for the church I go to. I'm Anglican. They call it Episcopalian here. Small church filled with folks from the Caribbean and Africa. Very diverse church. They have two services. The morning one is English. The 11 o'clock is Spanish. Very diverse. Talk about spirituality, not religion. Nobody's ever forced to give anything. Nobody. No, you're not forced to tithe, forced to give an offering. My parents never gave tithe, never tithe, not one day in them. Let me tell them not tithe. They don't tithe. They will give. They do offering, but not tithing. Many people, usually the people who tithe faithfully are the ones who can barely find the money to pay them light bill. They're so a dream. You know, Mr. President, I keep going back to you. I keep going back to you, Mr. President, where Mr. President has said, when we, the members of the church, go to the church, the minister, and ask for help because we're going through a difficult time, we're told to pray. Go pray about it. But when the pastor needs anything, who they come to?
Oh.
Let us let that penetrate our minds for a second. So it's time we tell them to go pray about it. You see, a lot of these prosperity preachers have members who have been going to their churches for 10, 15, 20 years, and they're still living in the projects. Still, every week have to be calling them relative, usually their children who don't go. Listen to me now. A lot of them, the children don't go to church. They grew up in the church, but don't go to church anymore. But they remain in the church, still impoverished, and they're calling their children who have gone on to be successful. Because them still can't pay them light bill, water bill, can't, none of food on them house, and none of money for God, doctor, none of that. But they show up every Sunday faithfully. While the pastor pulls up in a brand new S-Class Mercedes-Benz AMG 550. You don't have no money to go get your diabetes medication, but you find it to give the pastor so his wife can head on over to Louis Vuitton or show up with her Chanel purse on Sunday.
You know, I think a lot of these persons are basically worshiping the pastor instead of God. Of course, they don't see any way through God unless they follow everything that the pastor says. So, of course, you know, the Bible also talks about the false prophets.
Niece, talk to me, girl. Talk to me.
I wasn't hearing all of the conversation, but on the issue of my lovely pastor, Mr. Marvin Sapp, let me say this. When you go to a nice restaurant and you know your intent was to buy chicken based on your pocket, or steak based on your pocket, or lob seafood based on your pocket, there are three types of waiters that's going to approach you. There's one that's going to come and say, hey, would you like to buy a bottle of wine? Another one is going to come to you and say, oh, this pairs so well with Merlot. Would you like to try that? And of course, you're so wowed by his finesse that you say, oh, yes. Not the money, you know, but you say yes. Then you have another one that's going to come and say, just so you're aware, we do have a wine menu and, you know, you can select something from it. Sure, okay. And then you're going to move on. It's the same thing with the pastors, because I'm telling you that what Marvin Sapp did, Joel Osteen is excellent at it. If you've ever sat down and listened to that man, you will say, here, take my wallet. Yeah? And he's not the only one. Creflo Donald does it as well. And those two persons, they have asked for contribution to purchase a jet. This man is asking for money for his convention. He's asking for $20. He's wrong for what he did. He's wrong for how he did it. He went about it. Because the church, the pulpit is a platform that you have to sell Christianity and spirituality to persons who would not normally, I don't know how to describe it, but you have to sell it to them. You have to convince them that Christianity is the way to go. You have to be a disciple and follow by, you have to lead. And asking outright like that, that's not a good salesman. That's not a good pastor. There are ways to do it. He did not go about it. I don't know what happened in his day or his week for him to have, resorted to that. But he's not the first one, and I'm sure he won't be the last, but he was just too blunt with it.
He won't be the last indeed. Lack of finesse, huh? No finesse. He should have listened to a little friend there that came up with that song that shocked the world. But yeah, he should have listened to, what's his name? Hawaiian guy. They put that song in before he went up in the pulpit. May God forgive him. At this point, I'm asking God to forgive him. But clearly he don't know what he's doing. Yes, I know people say, yeah, he know what he doing. No, he don't know what he's doing. He has been doing it for so long, playing with people, that they're lost. And I pray they will find their way back to God. And that they will wrap up themselves in sackcloth and rub up with ashes and bow before God and ask for forgiveness for what they have done and what they are doing. But I want to turn to the poor people. Wake up. Wake up. The same thing that's happening in politics is the same thing that's happening in the church. We are all being bamboozled. Wake the heck up.
I was gonna say what he should have done was to do what did my lovely friend did? He did a Bitcoin, a crypto coin, whatever it is. Yeah, that's what he probably should have done, and say, hey, give generously. As what's his name? Oliver Samuel said, hey, just give generously.
Give generously. It is time for poor people to wake up and recognize that you're being taken advantage of. You have become religious fanatics, and you're absolutely right, Popskull. Many of them worship their pastor. How you know this? Sister Mary said, oh, I'm not going to church next week, because Deacon Popskull will not be there. So why you can't go? No, if it's not Deacon Popskull, I don't want to hear it. And they show up every week faithfully for Deacon Popskull. And they all fight to sit in the front row because they want to be seen by Deacon Popskull. And when church is over, they make sure they're first in line to hug Deacon Popskull. And they're the quickest one to, if Deacon Popskull said jump, them say, how high, Deacon Popskull? Them just love up Deacon Popskull. Deacon Popskull not going to be at church, them not at church. And them have to make sure them have a new outfit every Sunday because they have to impress Deacon Popskull. They have sound good. They have to go and buy their new hats, new shoes, new bag because of Deacon Popskull. Deacon Popskull married. Them not care about that. Them not care so Deacon Popskull married. They are still vying for the attention of Deacon Popskull. And they like to have their conversations where they gather. Well, Deacon Popskull told me this, oh no, he told me this. Oh, and everybody trying to see who has more relevance in the eyes. Thank you, of Deacon Popskull. Thank you so much for the gift, Shirley. Yes. They don't love God. They love Deacon Popsicle. Ask them what Deacon Popsicle preach about. They can't tell you. They can't tell you. And they can't wait until next week, Sunday. And everything, when you have a conversation with them for the entire week, all you hear about is Deacon Popsicle said, Deacon said this, Deacon said that, Deacon. So what did God say? What did the word of God say? What did it do to you when you tapped in with God? And when they might tell you what the Bible said, everything is what Deacon Popsicle said. I saw it go. "20 years later, they still can't pay their light bill. They have given their all to Deacon Popsicle. They have given their all to Deacon Popsicle. Still can't pay their water bill. Their vehicle has been repossessed, but it's okay. Deacon Popsicle gets it. I'm asking folks, stop being religious fanatics and have a spiritual relationship with your Creator. Ask for the gift of discernment so that you will not be taken advantage of. Because God talk to we, but we not listen. We're not listening. And we're busy chasing after things. And because we're in that state of desperation, we're easily led astray, easily distracted, easily manipulated. The next time your pastor come to you, hold on there, Mr. President. You have to, hold on, let me see. Send it to me regular text, because I can't grab it on the phone. Right? The next time your pastor come to you and say, you need this, tell him to go pray about it. Because same thing, then tell you to do. Then tell you to go pray about it. And what you have to do, you call everybody that you know to see if you can get the help that you need. And everybody has to rally around you to give you that help, because Deacon Popsicle now give you the help what you look for. So next time Deacon Popsicle comes to you, tell him to pray about it. Right?
No, instead of worshiping the building, we should realize that we are the church.
Thank you. Thank you. The purpose of the church, the orphans, the widows, the elderly, the indigent, the sick, we're to clothe the naked, feed the hungry. We're to look after the least of us. I have not heard him say, what was the $40,000 for? What was the $30,000? What was the $40,000 for? Because what I paid attention to, he had to pay.
Nobody knows.
Okay.
The 2,000 that he paid for his licensing with interest.
So you want it back?
Thank you. And the people that are in the church now, and I listen, clearly they weren't listening.
Once he did, sorry.
No, go ahead.
He didn't pay that 2,000, Andrea. That's why you use the credit card, because you have 30 days. So you know you're gonna collect that money there to clear that credit card.
He's still getting he's still getting 38,000 in interest.
Okay. No problem with these people, right? Okay. Even if you're running a gamut, whatever it is, you make all this money. There are too many churches that do not elevate their members. Okay, you're collecting all the money, you're living your lifestyle. Have somebody less fortunate, man. Like do some more. Don't have two people and then put it out there like you're helping so much people. There is enough little programs that we could look. even just with some of the money these churches have, that could literally elevate the lives of the members, even without handing out money per se. So much different programs, so many different things you could do to help people. But the people that make the most money on those pulpit, I can't remember how moments refer to them just now, whatever name they are.
The prosperity preachers.
Yes, they don't give back to anybody in a substantial way. And they're supposed to be doing that work based on what they're portraying. So if they can't reach out to the most vulnerable in their church, we're not even talking about in society, in their church, who can they help?
They don't plan. They're not planning to help anybody. They're not planning to help anybody. Why you think I'm gonna help anybody? That's not their job. But as I said, may God forgive them. May God forgive them is all I can say.
You know, it just dawned on me. Has any other pastor come out to assist him? To defend him?
Only Ricky Smiley.
I've seen a video clip, right, with a pastor mocking him, saying that,
oh no,
how could a pastor do such thing? And he's saying, you know what? They have been doing this for years. It's no just that they have got caught. And when I saw that, I said, interesting.
There's so much for George not.
Hey! What Shaggy say? Go on through. Go on through, Uncle. I'm sorry. Lord have mercy. Boy, my body.
I hope he uses this attention wisely and does something with it, because if it's one thing that sells is negativity, hate, and I mean, it's a form of distraction from what is going on, yes. But I hope he gets what you call those persons who specialize in turning your profile around. I hope he gets a good one who is able to use this popularity into something positive. You know, he says he wants to have a convention. Then here's a perfect opportunity for him to advertise the convention and give it a platform for him to speak about it. Because I'm sure people want to hear. But do it in such a way that if you want to hear him, you have to go on his platform. So then he will get the views, he will get the payment, and it turns out to be something positive for him. And then he turns around and does a charity, which further promotes what he's doing.
He's too far gone in my books for me. I'm sorry. I see him as.
That's the assumption that his intention is good.
I see him as a grifter, and I don't know if that.
It is the Christian thing to do to forgive him, because I promise you, like I said, he's not a person.
Forgive him, me. Forgive him, but forgiving don't mean me go forget.
You know, if Joel Austin was able to bounce back, you definitely was.
Yeah.
I don't know if Joel bounced back.
I don't think he bounced back. He lost me. He lost I never gave to him. Right? But you'd listen to some of his messages, because what I appreciate, and I'm gonna tell you what I appreciated about Joel was that you didn't hear him begging for money at the end of his sermon. I don't know if it happened when the programming shut off, but I didn't
directly.
I didn't hear him
directly.
He didn't come out, right? I didn't hear him begging for money. And I was like, okay, this is refreshing. And after hear that in the middle of the sermon, they hear them stop the show and have this long hullabaloo like a Paula White go up at the Oval Office, White House go do. Oh, by the way, have you all sent in your $1,000 for your angel? Please make sure you do that before Easter starts. You can get an angel assigned to you for $1,000. Just send a check here to Paula. Oh, you never hear that one, the Dr. Keisha?
Which one of the angels?
St. Peter was in the White House. So who was assigning the angels from the pearly gates? How Paula White or whoever getting the angels to ascend to you. They have a link to St. Peter or somebody with a record up there. This. Tell me more, say enlighten me.
Hey, my love it still no. Look like Dr. Keisha was too busy in the lab.
Sworn in for this term as president, he put out a press release announcing proudly that she would be a, quote, special government employee and senior advisor of the newly created White House Faith Office. In that role, I guess, she would now like you to send her $1,000.
For you and your house, according to Exodus 23, God will assign an angel to you. He'll be an enemy to your enemies. He'll give you prosperity. He'll take sickness away from you. He will give you long life. He'll bring increase in inheritance, and he'll give a special year of blessing. You're not doing this to get something, but you're doing it in honor to God, realizing what you can receive. Ministry takes money. And if you have the ability to stand with us, I'm going to ask you to put your faith during this very holy time, because I give just to give. And I pray there are others. But also know we want to get you some special gifts.
Hold on, stick up in. You notice a similarity with what she said and what Marvin Sapp said? You recognize a similarity?
We want to give you some very special gifts. This is the head of the White House Faith Office. She is a special government employee of the government.
Yes, Dr. Keisha, for $1,000. You can get your special angel. We can remove sickness. You'll be fine. You'll be rich.
Which White House are they referring to?
No, the White House up at 16 Pennsylvania Avenue, which is also the car sales lot.
The new Tesla car lot.
Yeah, the new
Why
Tesla
didn't
car
go there?
lot. Dr. Keisha, come on, it's
I don't want anything related to that White House. That White House needs to be saved, prayed over.
And also, Dr. Keisha, for $75,000, you can take part in the Easter roll. You can buy a spot on the White House grounds for $75,000 to do your egg.
Wait, I thought that was free. My friend used to take her children down there.
Well, it ain't free no more.
That was free.
Well,
are you kidding?
No more. It ain't free.
Wait, how can they sell those tickets? That's supposed to be free to the children.
Well, we made the announcement here. Yes, it is being sold. You can buy starting at $75,000 and upward. You can take part in the Easter. You can buy a spot. So
they can get all of the little bratty children up there.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
This is why don't even talk about this moment. This is depressing. But listen, he is a grifter. He'll always be a grifter. You remember that lady who was singing gospel? She has an amazing voice, and it became viral when she told that one lady to stop singing when she was singing at the church. Who was that? She's like, I told you, don't sing now. This is my solo. You remember that?
I didn't remember that, Lord.
Yeah,
I remember that.
It became a whole thing. Yeah, people used to make fun of it, and people would like do little memes off of it. Yeah, it's my solo. I don't need you to sing. I told you, hush now. Oh, what is her? She's a famous singer too. So she's been known in the community for that, and this is the same thing with him. Some of these people are known for this. After this post, I've heard from people that said he's always been like this. So, you know. Let me know if you remember her name. Did you find it?
May I look it up?
She's got a deep voice.
What a backside.
Oh, it's funny. I can find it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna send you the link.
Yeah,
hold on, because I saved it.
Please.
I'm gonna send you the link on Instagram so you can play it. It's funny.
Yes. Please do. Please do. Was that oh, Martha, and I'm here.
It's Kim Burrell. It's Kim Burrell.
Send me that link.
I'll get it.
Yes, please. Now, hold on a second. We are off air, right? So I think I can play this video. I have one more. It's for sponsors, not for right. But that's the problem. So AT put on YouTube 75,000 is for sponsors, not children. Absolutely. So I can buy a spot for $75,000. And that's not right. That is so not right. So you can buy a car for 30,000, put it on payment plan, and then go get you a spot up there as a sponsor. Now you can get an angel for 1,000. So I guess I'll just drive the car to the lot, the spot, and then pick up the angel while I'm there. I don't know. Damn madness. All right. While Dr. Keisha is sending that over, listen to this for a moment.
Getting online with a filthy ass house, with a load of fucking kids, being a horrible ass parent is the new way to come up. I just saw that young girl that's 26 with 6 kids and one on the way. And I remember that white lady that had all them damn kids and they were sleeping on the kitchen floor. I'm so fucking disgusted. I come from that. I was born into that. And to see all these fucking adults online.
Excuse the English, the language.
And saying don't judge is bullshit. Nobody talks about how traumatizing that shit is to the kid. I was born on the south side of Chicago. And when I tell you I was born at below poverty, okay? We didn't have floors. We had fucking dirt as floors, okay? We didn't have doors. We had a kitchenette with 2 fucking small rooms, all right? I lived with fucking rats and rodents crawling on me my whole fucking childhood, okay? We were so poor that we didn't have a wash machine. We would wash our clothes in the tub and dry our clothes in the fucking oven, all right? It was times we didn't have running water. The house was so fucking filthy, it looked like it was abandoned, okay? Coming home to no lights, going to school dirty and hungry. I know what that shit feels like. And for y'all to be sitting up here talking about some don't judge, y'all are fucking horrible people, man. Kids are not put here to heal your trauma. Kids are not put here to fucking suffer. You can only blame your childhood to a certain degree. Once you become an adult and you know better and you keep making the same fucking mistakes, there's something wrong. And I'm blaming both the men and the women, because the men that's in the back door sleeping with these women that they know have problems and self-esteem and daddy issues, getting them pregnant and waltzing off, and she's stuck with all these fucking kids because she don't know what the fuck. She don't even know how to love herself. So she's having kids to love her. That's trauma. It was times when my childhood was so fucking hard. It was times when I did feel like, why did you even have me? You're growing up, you're not being loved properly, you're not being taken care of. You go into adulthood with no fucking support, no way to run, nowhere to go, no nothing. You in this world just trying to figure out everything on your fucking own. There is no way possible you should be okay with having those many kids living like that. Get online, being a fucked up parent. Next thing you know, you got an Amazon wish list. Everybody in the comments, don't judge what you need. I give you what you need. You motherfuckers that's saying don't judge, it's simply the ones that's doing the shit, or you just want to feel more superior, to look down on people. Because in life, that's what people want to do. They want to feel more superior. It makes you feel good about yourself when you feel superior. And when you can look down on somebody and say, oh, she's doing horrible. I'll help you. I'll send you what you need, because you want to see the fucking chaos unfold. Because low key, your shit ain't in order neither. I'm going to always speak up for the kids. You talking about couldn't even get a good bed to sleep in, slept in a motherfucking bed with springs sticking out of it and scratching you up every night. You going to bed with all these fucking bruises and scratches on you. Going to school hungry, dirty, stinky, being teased. Come on now. And the sad part is those kids are going to grow up creating that same cycle. 9 out of 10, most of them are, because a lot of them don't have the mental capacity to even make it out of that. Y'all just gonna keep having kids. I'm looking for somebody to love you. Stop having fucking kids and heal. Kids are not put here to heal your trauma. I really wish people understood that.
I know it was a tough one to listen to because of the expletives, but I'm not here to judge her for how she expresses herself or how she has chosen to express herself. You can feel the anger. You can feel her pain. So blocking out the expletives. Do we agree with her? Is she making a valid point? Go ahead, Popskull.
Yes,
Deacon what's your new name? Deacon Popskull.
Deacon. Okay, Deacon.
You've been ordained, Popskull. You've been ordained. Go ahead. Sorry. Go right ahead.
It makes no sense, actually. I think she needs counseling. And it should have started from the first mistake. Of course, that started when she was 15. This is why I said mistake. Yeah. Because no way a young girl should be pregnant at 15. and nobody decided to do something about it. Obviously, there's nobody there for her. And we're not even sure how many baby daddies does she have. There's a case where it could be for one, but it also could be multiple. So she's also getting abused emotionally. And these kids are being used as a support tool. And they will resent her in the future for this.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Popsicle. I feel our pain. I feel her pain. And I have seen videos all over social media with those circumstances. And I really do try not to judge because I don't know a person's circumstances, what happened to them, why they ended up in the situation, right? But I see trauma. I see trauma. I see the crying out for help and no one is helping them. No one. But then the question has been posed to me, do they want help? I believe they want help, but they don't know how to ask for help with their psychological issues, the healing that needs to happen. We have broken people creating broken families, and now we have broken communities. I have heard of situations where people, women who have several children with several different fathers, have been advised to have their tubes tied. And them cuss off the people them. Cuss the people them off. Mind your business. But then it becomes a burden on society. Us trying to help you, now you reach back out to us to help you. I don't know, man. The children. I have said this before. The children are pawns. They don't really, some of them don't really love the children. They're not looking for love from the children. They're not looking for the children to love them. For some of them, not all, pay attention to what I'm saying. For some of them, the children are a means to an end. I don't know what's going to happen if this thing here goes into effect. I think there is a proposal to have Section 8 housing cut off for people under 40 years old who are able-bodied. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Because yes, there are some who went that route because it would allow them to live off the system. It was never about the children. The children were just a means to an end. And that is why some of them, pay attention, some of them would see to it that they only have one child for you. And they hope that the child they're having for the man is the first child. Because if that child is the first child for the man, let me tell you something now. Me got school for learn that things here because I had to go to the school of the social media to learn that there's a method to the madness that we see out there. And I'm like, whoa, what? Yes, I had to go to the school of social media to learn. So, me make sure say, I have 6 children, 6 different fathers. All of them are the first child for each one of the men, because that way I get the majority of the child support. It's never about the children. Selfish. It's about me.
There's a case where a 38-year-old woman got a baby by a 22-year-old basketball player, and she's taking him to court for support.
Oh, that one I'm saying no one nothing to do with the picnic.
Yeah, it's crazy. You know, of course, these situations are just people trying to finesse their way using a child.
I feel it for the children, Popskull. My heart bleeds for the children.
Mm-hmm.
The children who are innocent in all of this. They deserve better. Yes, Dr. Sharon, we're going to have an increase in the homeless population. Get ready for it. If that bill ever goes through, because I didn't know, I learned this, that Section 8 can be handed down. Me never know a certain generational that you can hand down from person to person. I learned this too. I was like, what? Yes, you can pass down Section 8 to your pitney them and then pass it down to them pitney them. And that is why some people refuse to get up and work or refuse to work over a certain amount of money. They're not doing it because they are comfortable living off of the system. I have no problem looking after the elderly, looking after those who have challenges. I don't have a problem with that. But you're able-bodied and all you want to do I get up and live off of the system and laugh at us. Yes, they laugh at us. Laugh at us. Those of us who bust our behinds, they laugh at us and call us the idiots. I have a problem with that. And I agree, if you are able-bodied, get up and go to work. Get up and go to work. As I said, certain benefits should only be for people who are in need of said help. If you are in between jobs and you need temporary assistance, fine. But to be living on a system deliberately and teach your children how to play the system, no man, I have problems with that. And just as much as I say, and I stand 10 toes down that the wealthy need to pay their fair share of taxes, I stand 10 toes down on this issue. We should not have people taking advantage. Able-bodied people, we're nothing wrong with them. They should not be allowed to take advantage of the system either. I'm telling us, me owe Uncle Sam for taxes. I've been owing for years because we're constantly told we make too much money. We pay the most and still have to turn around and pay more.
You know, these are the same people that will say the immigrants are basically coming in and stealing their jobs when they're not working in the first place. They refuse to work, while people, you know, from different places, different countries, actually willing to do the jobs they won't do. So who do you blame in this situation?
I guess it's hand in hand. It's hand in hand. It's hand in hand. Dr. Keisha, you sent me over the video. Let's go.
Lift your hands when I say thank you. It's a solo. God's using me. Don't sing with me right now. Lord, I'm singing alone now. You, ma'am, with that mask. Let that mask work for you. I'm singing alone. Lord, I'll be back. No, I'll call on you when I'm ready. Thank
if the spirit is telling that lady with the mask to sing, you are going to tell the spirit within that woman to shut up? I don't do charismatic churches. I don't. I'm not a fan of charismatic. Gina said the spirit mental weight. I'm not a fan of charismatic churches. These holy rolling churches, I'm not a fan of them. And if I'm not knocking those people, for anybody who goes to those churches, do what's best for you. But the running up and down and the dropping and rolling and the carrying on and the wailing and the shouting and the screaming, you can't even hear what the pastor. I don't do those churches. I don't. Because for me personally, from my experience, going to one or two of them is a whole theater. It's all theatrics. And people can, on cue, start speaking in spirits. And then on cue, then can get up out of their wild chair. What do you call the wheelchair? And on cue, them can drop the crutches. It's all theatrics, in my opinion. And God is not to be made a mockery of. I remember I went to one night with somebody, she invites me. And you know, you go to the altar for, you know, them to pray over you. And there's a long line, and she said, come, let's go. I said, okay, let's go. Not my style of worship, but you know what, I'm open. I said, let's go. And then I push for you further, you not drop back. And then I push for you further, you not drop back. And then push you. What you need to drop back? What am I dropping back for? What's wrong with me? Why am I supposed to drop back?
There was a famous pastor in Jamaica, right? He's known for hitting people in the head. Yeah, giving them a slight concussion. So, you know, you just drop to the ground. And if you don't drop, oh, you're playing stubborn. Let me beat the devil out of you. Yeah.
I guess the devil was in me. That's why I couldn't drop back. The man pushed me at 3 times. I went, where are the virgin? Easy yourself. I don't need to fall back. I'm good. Why do I need to fall back? I'm not a part of the theater. I'm sorry, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. All of the theatrics is not necessary to convince people to come back. You know, they never see me again. Go back which part? Not see me. I'm not a part of the act. Before somebody turn on my yard, turn on my gospel music, read my Bible, and ask the Lord to speak to me so that I help me understand what it is that I am reading. Another thing when I like the people that stop upon the thing called, and you know what? Let me ask a question. Let me ask it this way before I assume. Let me not assume. When you're scrolling through TikTok and you see people preaching on TikTok, and them that for hours I preach on TikTok. What's up, Ozzy? And them that I preach on TikTok for hours. The money that them make, who get the money? Because the word of the Lord tell us, you know, for peddle the word of God in us. So who get the money? Does it go to the ministry that goes out to the community to serve people? Or does it go to pay the person who is preaching light bill, water bill, phone bill, grocery bill? How it go? Because I don't want to assume. I don't watch them. I mean, I'll tell nobody enough to watch them. I don't watch them. I really don't. Something just doesn't sit right with me. They will probably tell us, say, me not spiritual enough, but it's okay. But I struggle with watching them. I scroll past them. I really do. There's a young man I noticed on TikTok sitting down with the Bible and him reading the Bible and him getting gifts and things. But isn't that a way to, aren't you peddling the word of the Lord that way? Where you're deliberately doing something in exchange for, you who remember the show, The Preachers of LA? You remember that show there? Anybody watched it? I think they only got one season. I don't know if another season.
I was going to mention that earlier when you were talking about the priest. I remember that show. I remember there was a Jamaican priest on there.
Pastor. That, that took the private jet down to Jamaica.
And he's married now. He just got a Bentley for his birthday.
He married to the same Jamaican girl that have the restaurant, or a different one?
I don't know. I don't know who the wife is. She didn't look familiar to me. But he was the one that wouldn't get married. Remember, he wouldn't commit.
He wouldn't commit. He would not commit. But there was another one on the show, a fair complexion. I don't know if his hair is naturally soft or he put chemical in here. I don't know. But his hair was of a soft texture and a fair complexion. And he said he would not pray without getting money. You remember that episode? He wasn't gonna pray unless he was paid.
You mean the one that live in the big mansion?
I don't know why I'm living it, but me just know that him did say on the show say him
I
not
remember
pray
when he
unless
said
he
that.
gets paid.
Yeah, I remember, but the reason I mentioned the mansion is because he always said that he wasn't materialistic. His money, the church's money, wasn't going towards his family, but he lived in a monstrosity of a home.
Some of them just use the title to be tax exempt. Yeah, and I stand 10 toes down that churches are to be taxed. And I guarantee you, people will stop using them. Isn't it a form of money laundering when you pass your money through the church so to avoid taxes? Isn't that a form of money laundering? When you put everything in the church's name, the house, the
No, it's
car,
not.
the plane.
It's not. It's not. The churches are not for-profit organization, and they are exempt from taxes. So if you donate to a not-for-profit organization that's exempt from taxes and you get the break from it, it is all legal.
So on that note then, Mr. President, if the plane is in the church's name, so as not to have to pay taxes, if I am a member of the church and I need air transport for health reasons, can I take the plane?
Of course you can use the plane.
No.
It's just that they don't use the plane, but you can.
No.
You cannot use it for the services of the church.
We have seen where Joel closed the front the doors to the church at a time where there was a hurricane and people needed shelter. So the obvious answer is no.
Now he was
That
open
is what he
during
chose to do.
C-19 though.
That is what he
Yeah,
chose
he
to
was
do.
open during C-19 though.
Because he came under, hold on, C-19 was before the hurricane, Dr. Keisha, or after? Which one came first?
Which hurricane? Which
The
hurricane, y'all?
The hurricane
Which hurricane?
came before the coup.
Which hurricane? I'm in Houston. Which hurricane are you talking about? Harvey?
No. There was a, no. But I remember the situation.
Harvey was the bad one.
It must have been that one. I don't know. But I remember there was a situation where he closed the church doors and he came under heavy fire for it.
Yes, he did. But he didn't during C-19.
He learned a lesson. So if I as a church member who contributed to the purchase of this private jet, ask the pastor if I can be flown to Washington because I need medical care and it would be better for me to go private versus commercial. And he tells me no, and he tells everybody in the church no. I would like for the plane to be taken out of the church's name and be titled privately.
Okay, so it was before. So that was 2017. So he probably got berated and realized he must do something and help out during C-19.
He got a wake-up call. He got an awakening, an epiphany. All I can say is I forgive them because I have to go down. I have to go down and ask God to forgive me for my sins them daily. So I just pray God will forgive them too. For they have sinned time and time and time again. And for me, it's a shame that they're doing this to people. And And I need the people to wake up and start holding their leaders accountable, their spiritual leaders accountable. You see, a lot of them do things for pomp and circumstance, and it's about them. It's not really about God. But the Bible tell you, it is easier for a camel. I never understood this as a child, but as you get older, you understand things. There's more clarity. It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. Many are called, chosen are few, and be wary of those who come dressed as sheep, but they're just wolves, and they will lead you astray. Folks, hold your leaders, your church leaders accountable. Don't be afraid to ask questions, and pay attention to how they answer. Pay attention to how they answer. And if they're teaching prosperity, preaching prosperity, you ever listen to some of them? Where they will start off with a lesson out of the Bible, and then all of a sudden, I don't know how it's reaching our money, but somehow it comes all back. It all comes back to money. Money is how they close out the sermon. Without fail. Money. Now, I don't know. No, it's not under fire segment, it's an awareness, Azzy. It's an awareness, it's an awakening, because unfortunately people are desperate. People are desperate, and a lot of people have lost hope, and they are looking for hope. They're looking for restoration, and they're grasping at straws, and they are so lost, and people are taking advantage of them, from the politician to the preacher. People are caught between a rock and a hard place. Go ahead, Deacon, Pastor.
While we have this conversation, a lot of persons who are sensitive where church topics, the religious aspects, they feel somewhat annoyed by this topic, this conversation. They feel that we might be blaspheming. Why say anything negative? Let it be. We see the obvious, but don't say anything, because that will imply that you are a sinner and you go against what it is supposed to be, because of course brainwashing is a thing.
Pastor, do you remember why Jesus flipped the tables? Do they remember why he flipped the tables? Okay. Okay. It's for reasons. Can you imagine if Jesus were in flesh right now, what his response would be to all of what is going on? Oh, but then again, he wouldn't be allowed in the country because he'd be considered an illegal immigrant. Forgot that part. Yeah, he would be considered an illegal immigrant, so he wouldn't be able to be here. Wake up, people. Wake up. Use common sense. Use common sense. And Mercedes asked God for the gift of discernment. You don't have to pay $1,000 to talk to God. You don't have to pay $100 to talk to God. You don't have to pay $1 to talk to God. You can sit where you are, wherever you are, in your car, at your desk, in your home, in your walking about, wherever you are, you can talk to him. It won't cost you $1. When you give to the church, see to it that your church is using it for the good of the people. The members of the church who are in need. The church is a storehouse, right? There to serve those in need. In need. You shouldn't have to be a member of a church to get help. You shouldn't have to be.
Yeah, moments. I had to go earlier, so I couldn't respond. If you're a not-for-profit like the church, right, and you have assets, you could use that asset for any members of the organization, as in the case like the plane. Matter of fact, it doesn't even have to do be for the plane, especially if it's within the charter of the not-for-profit organization. So yes, you can do that. You can aid the public with it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. What's this just pop up on my screen? Because I'm about to do the wrap up and something just pop up on TikTok here. Hold on, let me just take a listen.
For this could be the first step towards even tougher roads.
Okay. Foolishness. Okay, I thought it was something else. I was like, huh? All right, but it's just an old video. I don't know with my algorithm. I've seen some videos from Wapikil Philip. I don't know what is going on. Why the algorithm is messed up. I don't know.
At this point, we're not even sure Philip is dead.
Who is Wapi and who is Philip? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. And Senator Cory Booker still going strong, folks. Still going strong. Boy, may I tell you. Hold on then. No, this can't be real. Today's April 1st. I hope Aaron is making a joke here. This can't be real. Hold on.
Right now, the Attorney General of the United States of America has announced that the Department of Justice will be seeking the death penalty against Luigi Mangione. The case hasn't been in the news much recently because it's been in pretrial proceedings, but Pam Bondi just issued a statement saying that the Department of Justice will seek the death penalty against Mangione. In a new statement, she says Luigi Mangione's murder of Brian Thompson, an innocent man and father of 2 young children, was a premeditated, cold-blooded assassination that shocked America. After careful consideration, I have directed federal prosecutors to seek the death penalty in this case as we carry out President Trump's agenda to stop violent crime and make America safe again. Before I continue, TikTok will be banned in 4 days.
The grandmother, chat said, Pam Bondi, really?
Here is that in state court in New York, you cannot get the death penalty. New York has abolished the death penalty, but the federal system has not abolished the death penalty, and he is facing charges both in the state system and the federal system. We don't exactly know which one's going first. It's probably the state court. So we'll see what happens next. I'll continue to provide you updates. Be sure to follow along, stay up to date on all the news you need to know about.
Are we surprised? I mean, you killed one of the oligarchs, right?
Remember, use on a live or deleted?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
I didn't even catch that because thank you, Mr. President. I didn't even catch that because I'm just in a state of shock. Good question, Niece. Niece is asking, did they get more evidence or are they assuming?
Have they even substantiated that he did it so far? I'm not sure. Wasn't a lot of it circumstantial? Like, do they really have the case?
He will be guilty either way. Because, of course, why we can't afford for him to send a message to the public. If you're in this ground by, of course, a medical or no, what's it? Okay. So any problems that you have, right? How dare you, the public? We have to send a message, and that is simple. Them sending the message, of course.
Okay, you know what?
Because as much as I don't follow the case closely, I haven't seen anything in the public domain that has been like really concrete. It's a lot of circumstantial stuff you see coming up, and yes, there is more question than answers in most of the cases. So that's why I was asking if there was something that came forward that showed that because so far he's still alleged to have done the crime. I'm not sure that they actually made the case that he actually did the crime.
Oh, yeah,
I don't
because
know.
how we know it's the right person them have in custody. I don't know. Tell me this is also an April Fool's one. Hey, Boxer Mom, tell me this is an April Fool's one. I find it Holman saying, I find it offensive that Taco Bell has items in Mexican and not English. Please say it so. Please tell me it's not so. That has got to be a joke. That can't be real. Okay, what is this one now? What is Carolyn Leavitt saying? What is she saying? Okay, that's an old one. I tell you, something is wrong with my algorithm. Oh, hold on. Let's hear this one. Hold on.
You are referring to was a well, first of all, the error that you are referring to was a clerical error. It was an administrative error.
So she's talking about the Maryland dad that was deported by mistake. Hold on.
The administration made.
Yeah, and if you notice, she stopped wearing the cross. She stopped wearing the cross.
Maintains the position that this individual who was deported to El Salvador and will not be returning to our country was a member of the brutal and vicious MS-13 gang. That is fact number one. Fact number two, we also have credible intelligence proving that this individual was involved in human trafficking. And fact number three, this individual was a member, actually a leader of the brutal MS-13 gang, which this president has designated as a foreign terrorist organization. Fact number four is that foreign terrorists do not have legal protections in the United States of America anymore. And it is within the president's executive authority and power to deport these heinous individuals from American communities. It is a promise he campaigned on. It is a promise he is keeping. And every single person in this room should be grateful for that, considering especially MS-13 is very prevalent and prominent here in the District of Columbia, in Maryland, and in Virginia. And the president, the attorney general, everyone who has been involved in these operations is focused on eradicating these criminals and terrorists from our communities.
Vice President. Well, all right. As she's talking about eradicating criminals and so on and so forth from the streets, there was a video, and I think I untagged it, but talking about no due process, Boxer Mom, no due process. Talking about beautifying Washington, D.C. And I'm going to see if I can find it. Oh, by the way, we never even spoke about the Smithsonian, did we? So much going on. And we didn't talk about the Smithsonian because yesterday we didn't do any news, and no regrets on that. They are doing a beautification thing in Washington. And long story short, it is to pick up people. That's the essence of it, to just pick up people. Yeah. No other way for me to say it. Just plain and simple. Just to pick up people. Yeah. I saw the thing go, people. I saw it go. Another day. Another day. It's bad, the Smithsonian. We are literally rewriting. History is being rewritten. In 4 years, it's going to have to be rewritten again. The only thing I can hope for is that those who are fortunate enough to be in a position to gather the data, gather the information, will be able to restore it, right? Certain things should be protected regardless. You know, stripping away of certain things should not be allowed, not at all. Oh boy. Yeah, not at all. But we keep our fingers crossed. We remain hopeful and positive. Boxer Mom says, I'm so sorry for everyone going through this. Yep. I'm sorry for every one of us going through it too. That has already happened. Archived. All right. Thank you, Adesso. Adesso, you're not in class. Thought you were in class. Yeah. We need everything to be preserved because we're going to have to go back so that people can learn the truth. The truth. No matter how hard it is to hear it, the truth is there so that we don't repeat it. Right, Adesso?
Very much so. Very much so. Very much so.
Oh, here's the last one I have. This is the last one, and then I'm out because I have to get going. But this is an absolute last one that I came across. I was like, huh?
Today is Monday, March 31st, 2025.
And I think the only appropriate place to start today is to talk about what the White House posted on their X account last night. I can only assume it's also on other platforms, but I don't have Meta, so let me know in the comments if you've seen it elsewhere. If you are a woman or you care about a woman, you need to see this video. So I'm going to play it and then we're going to talk about it.
Feminism today, it doesn't make sense. The left has tried to erase what it means to be a woman. It is so important that our future generations understand.
No, this is no, it's not this one. There's another one. That's not the one. That's not the one. There's another one where, oh shoot, I took it down because I had it saved. There's another one where he was making some statements regarding women, which kind of sounded creepy, really creepy. I have to go dig that because I don't want to misquote. I want it
I mean,
verbatim.
the one where he was describing what a woman is.
Yes, that one, Adasoji.
That's your president.
Do you remember what he said?
I could paraphrase what he said, but essentially it was, I mean, listen, it's gone beyond the...
Okay, can you stop laughing at us over here? Not because you're privileged to be over there in the United Kingdom.
No, I'm not. I mean, I'm not laughing. I mean, it's just painful to bear. This is supposed to be yes, it's a democracy. Yes, people do have a right to choose, but the painful thing is, despite the information available, this is the best people can actually come to. I'm sorry, but oh, whoa. Ah.
This can't be real. Tell me this is fake news. 4,000 soldiers abandoned Trump over leaked war plans. It's done. Is this true? This can't be true. I haven't heard about that in the news. Have you?
I hope it's not, because if that's a treasonable offense, regardless of what the motivation is. You can't do that. You can't do that. I hope that's not true, though.
So you admit that the person was deported in error, but Carolyn Leavitt comes and doubles down on all kinds of things. Hey, but you heard about the point system, right? So now tattoos are up for grabs. If you have a tattoo, you ought to be worried.
So hold on. What about those of us that have a tattoo where people cannot see it?
But the guy who had the autism tattoo for his brother, because he has it there, he's supporting his brother. He was held on to, even though he was telling them it's for autism.
No, I mean, regardless of what the tattoo is for, you do have what is known as due process. Has the person committed a crime? No. If they have, then yes. Peter Hexet actually has one on underneath his shoulder, underneath his right armpit, Christian warrior. What does that mean? So
okay, you know what it means.
Yeah. Listen, they're gonna be deporting so many people.
Deport them to where though?
Well, they've got a huge prison facility in El Salvador, and that might be the next location for American citizens to go check on them.
Okay, hold on. Just send me over the thing. Let's see if I can play it. Hold on. Lord have mercy. Hey, this place is funny as heck. Why not? Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can get it to play. And why is it? Okay, hold on.
For me, because a woman. What is a woman, and why is it important that we understand the difference between men and women?
Well, it's sort of easy to answer for me, because a woman is somebody that can have a baby under certain circumstances. She has a quality. A woman is a person who's much smarter than a man, I've always found. A woman is a person that doesn't give a man even a chance of success. And a woman's a person that in many cases has been treated very badly, because I think that what happens with this crazy issue of men being able to play in women's sports is just ridiculous and very unfair to women and very demeaning to women. And that's got to be about a 94%. I read today it was a 94% issue. And I watched the other day, I watched a congressman, a well-known Democrat congressman, fighting for the fact that men should be allowed to compete essentially in women's sports. And I say, I hope they keep that going because they'll never win another election. That's a big deal. But women are basically incredible people, do so much for our country. And we love our women, and we're going to take care of our women.
So hold on a second. You say you love our women, but you did nothing with regard to Roe versus Wade. Wasn't a woman in Georgia?
Did you say he did nothing or he enabled it?
Hold on. When the woman in Georgia, the 20-something-year-old in Georgia, just suffered a miscarriage.
What about the one in Texas? The one in Texas that the 3 judges had to sit over. He had to quickly escape. Come on.
What?
So, yeah. But look at how he talks about women. Just if you listen to him talk about even Eugene Carroll, right? Other women that he claimed, quote unquote, are not desirable, right? He doesn't talk about women in a positive light, right? Look at how he talked about his daughter, about what they have in common, right? So he is saying that he's what? A protector of women? No, thank you. We don't need you. We can actually protect ourselves. Because you're not.
We may not be able to impregnate ourselves, so we can protect ourselves from him.
Exactly.
We don't need him.
No.
We don't need him.
No, we don't. No, thank you. I'm good. No, thank you.
We have enough men out here. We have enough real men out here.
Yeah.
Who step up and do that. Yeah.
Someone who's an adjudicated rapist, someone who has essayed women. I mean, please, no, thank you. We're good back here.
You have to understand the psyche of what he's doing, because he's kind of like a 500-pound person eating burgers one time and asking for Diet Coke. If you think about all the hot topic issues, I think that's what he's doing. He's just zooming in on any popular hot topic issues and just commenting on them, because he's commenting on them in one way and then he's doing the total opposite in his actions.
Wow. Folks, I have to wrap up in 5 minutes. Any closing comments? He's pathetic for the one day.
Take down 2 Diet Cokes.
Popsicle, any closing remarks before we go? Right.
I would say this, you get the leader you vote for.
Very much so. Facts. Louder
Yeah.
for those are the facts.
Majority of persons, they voted for him, right? And they're wallowing in their sorrows right now because of that. Because of the false promises that he made. Right? And they didn't see it coming back to negatively affect them in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
But the harsh reality is catching them up every minute by minute. Yeah, so just the next 4 years, 4 or 5 years, just
Hey, which 5 years?
survive it.
5 years ago. Please no. I take back 5.
It could be 10 enough.
Hey. I see that you don't like us. It's okay. I see that you don't like us. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. So Woo! Oh, Alvin, we're wrapping up. We're just talking about we were just talking about our lovely president here in the United States of America. Rosolo, any closing remarks? Rosolo, good, Rosolo. All right, Rosolo work. Olar. Adesoji, any closing remarks? Yes. Any closing remarks, Adesoji?
As they would say, cue the music, please.
Ja, Rastafari, ever living, ever faithful, ever sure. Any closing remarks? I probably can't talk. Okay, tomorrow. Okay, no problem. James, you disappeared and you come back in. You're good, James. You're good. Any closing
Yeah, I'm
remarks?
good. My closing remarks is like Ja, I can feel the love. You know what I'm talking about. Nobody else has to know. I said this is not. We're speaking English. This is not your thing. So don't try to figure it out. But it's between me and Ja.
Lord of mercy. Lord of mercy, mercy, mercy. Mr. President, any closing remarks before we go? The president can't talk. Dr. Sharon, any closing remarks? Lord of mercy.
Yeah, let me out of this group chat called America. Thanks.
You can't leave.
Listen, make we no run for them something because we are not okay. We're not okay. And that's the truth. We are not okay. We're far from okay. We're far from it. And every day we don't know what to expect. I don't know if we're shocked anymore. I think we're in the state of, did he just say that? Did this person just do that? Is that possible? I think that's where we are. Yeah, he wants a third term, and they're trying to figure out how. We haven't even got through this one, and they're trying to figure out how we can get a third term, and it's not really for him enough. Let us understand this. Remember, he's the face of the business plan. He's the face of the business. He's the face of the company. But it's the people behind him who want him there for a third term so that they can fulfill their agenda. And that is what we have to understand. And I have been saying this, I know I've said it, I think it was last week, that I honestly believe that he needs to take a hard look at the people around him and question their loyalty to him. Do they really have his best interest at heart? Do they? It's been April Fool's Day since January 20th.
That will assume he has the ability for self-reflecting, which he clearly doesn't. So we all know the answer to that question. So.
You know what? I'm gonna try Adesoji to say he does, but because he's inundated, he's surrounded, there is some. Don't do it, Mom. He's not allowed to express what he truly wants to. That's how I'm gonna look at it. Yeah.
Oh my God, you're being very, very nice and generous.
He was that part. He was given a checklist. Thank you, niece. Go ahead, there, Dr. Shannon. Your closing remarks.
Yeah. So then, if he runs for a third term, it means Obama can run for a third term. Clinton, anybody, any past president. I'll take any one of the Bushes over that idiot. Right? They can all run for a third term. So he needs to be careful what he's asking for.
So AT says here, this is AT's closing remarks, does matter if he gets a chance for a third term. The people will not allow it. There will be quite an uproar. I would hope so, AT. I would sincerely hope so. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, I will leave you with this one. Oh, I have to shut down YouTube first. Copyright infringement. Can't have those issues. I want to say thank you to everyone watching on YouTube Live. Thank you for the engagement, AT. Thank you, Mad Libran. Mr. Nemar, thank you so much. Who else is here with me? Not sure. I know I have a few more people here with me on YouTube. We will be back tomorrow morning on YouTube at 9:30. I'm going to try my best, the latest 9:35. All right, so enjoy the rest of your day. Be good to yourselves. Be good to someone else. Spread love. That's the only thing we can ask right now. Just walk in love, stay positive, and go on, hold it down. Take care. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.